we go. Welcome into the show. It is day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Rounds 2 and 3 coming your way. And we can't wait to talk about it all here on the program. We were live for about 6 hours last night for round 1 of the NFL Draft. And tonight, rounds 2 and 3, all getting started with pick number 33 in about 20 minutes. It is Chase Sr. alongside producer Chip. And we appreciate you for making today's show a part of your day, regardless of where you are watching from. As you venture in here, support the show for free. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Share the video on social media. Hop into the comment section. Start chopping it up with everybody. And, of course, we always appreciate when you send in a super chat as well. Let's start off with this, and let's just recap everything that happened last night in the first round. Really no surprises in the first 4 picks, in my opinion. I had Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Will Campbell going in the first 4 picks. But there was a wrinkle and a wrench thrown into those top 4 picks because the Jacksonville Jaguars, led by their young general manager, traded draft capital, including a first-round pick next year, to move up to number 2 to take Travis Hunter, cornerback and wide receiver out of Colorado. And so Cam Ward 1, Travis Hunter 2, Abdul Carter, Eagles fan, going to the rival Giants at number 3. He's my favorite player in this draft class. The Patriots go offensive line to protect Drake May with the 4th overall pick. Campbell, good player out of LSU. I thought it was a little bit of a reach for the Browns to go Mason Graham, but look, they pick up picks. They get a first-rounder next year. They go back from 2 to 5, and they pick up a player in Graham who's going to work inside the AFC North, play on that same defensive line with Myles Garrett, and I think he's going to be able to start right from the jump. Given what the Raiders have done this offseason, they clearly think that they can win or at least be competitive right from the jump in this new Pete Carroll era. They traded for and then gave an extension to Geno Smith. He's an excellent quarterback when he can operate off of play action, and so the Raiders draft Ashton Jeanty out of Boise State, who had nearly 3,000 yards rushing last year. And Jeanty is a player whose carries are going to matter right as soon as possible when he starts playing. And so the Raiders needed a player on the offensive side of the ball who could give them a spark. Jeanty's going to be able to do that. My favorite offensive tackle in this class, Armand Membou out of Missouri, going to the Jets at number 7. Some protection for Justin Fields after they gave him a 2-year, $40 million deal. I like what the Panthers did as far as bringing in Tet McMillan, just adding a really promising weapon and a big-bodied wide receiver for Bryce Young, who played very well from about the midway point to the end of year 2. The Saints go Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle out of Texas at number 9. And this was an upset in my eyes. I'm a huge Tyler Warren guy. I like Colston Loveland. I'm just surprised that the Browns went Colston Loveland ahead of Tyler Warren. That screams Ben Johnson to me. Cole Kmet, I think the Bears are going to hold on to him, and they're just going to run a lot of 12 personnel because Ben Johnson liked to do that with the Lions the last few years. The San Francisco 49ers going with the uber-talented, freakishly athletic Mykel Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia, good against the run, promising potential as a pass rusher, only 20 years old, and as a freshman, started on a Georgia team that won the national championship. So much information and analysis up on the 49ers report and talking about that pick. The Cowboys go Tyler Booker. I like the character, but the athletic testing numbers were dreadful, but they do have a history of hitting on picks along the offensive line. Kenneth Grant, thought he was going to last maybe until round 2, but the Dolphins need some defensive line help, so they get the boomer bust player out of Michigan in Kenneth Grant. Tyler Warren to the Colts at number 14. Excellent value there. Jalen Walker was the player who I wanted the Niners to take over Mykel Williams. I like his versatility, but he's a little bit smaller, a little bit of a tweener. I do like the fit of him going to an Atlanta team that was dead last in sacks. As we know, Atlanta doubling down on defensive players in round 1. Walter Nolan going to the Cardinals at 16. There was some chatter about maybe Philadelphia trading up to take him. Instead, he goes to former Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon in the desert. Shamar Stewart to the Bengals at 17. He's either going to be really good or completely average. He's an athletic freak, but I worry about the lack of production given how gifted he is. The Seahawks go Gray Zabel, interior offensive lineman out of North Dakota State, who last year was an All-American at left tackle. He can play really any position along that offensive line. Emeka Egbuka, this is what character can do for you. If you wow teams in the pre-draft process, if you have leadership qualities, if you are a player who an organization wants in your building, instead of going in round 2, sometimes you can go a few picks earlier, in this case, like Emeka Egbuka did. See Shadur Sanders for the opposite of that, and we'll see when Shadur goes in round 2, maybe around 3. Jahdae Barron, best zone corner in this draft, to the Broncos at number 20. Derek Harmon, what a story here. He gets drafted by Pittsburgh, goes to the hospital, tells his mom he got picked, and then his mom, who had been sick, passes away right after that. Wild story. That's a sign right there. And Derek Harmon, some people are saying that he could be the next Cam Hayward or Stephon Tuitt for Pittsburgh. I really like his potential. Like the fit of Omarion Hampton going to the Los Angeles Chargers. Jim Harbaugh has drafted so well the last couple of years. Matthew Golden to the Packers at number 23. The Texas speedster with really good hands. Could turn into the Packers number 1 as they don't have that bona fide wideout. Donovan Jackson, offensive tackle, interior offensive lineman out of Ohio State to Minnesota at 24. Field Yates is very high on Jackson. I thought it was a little bit of a reach, but we've seen this offseason Minnesota wants to get more physical along the offensive line. Jackson Dart to the Giants at number 25. The G-Men give up some draft picks to get back into the first round to take the Ole Miss quarterback who's going to, I imagine, be behind Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. So the Giants come away with Abdul Carter, my favorite player on this draft, and Jackson Dart, who's arguably quarterback number 2 behind Cam Ward. James Pierce to the Falcons, edge rusher from Tennessee, freakish ability, and it's Jalen Walker and Pierce to Atlanta to try to improve that lackluster pass rush for the Falcons. Malachi Starks teaming up with Kyle Hamilton. What a safety duo the Ravens are going to have, and a young safety duo at that. Tyleik Williams, a lot of people had him going in the second round. The defensive tackle out of Ohio State goes to the Detroit Lions. They needed players up front in the trenches defensively. I thought they could have gone Mike Green because Dan Campbell can deal and handle some bold personalities. They don't go Mike Green. He's still available, one of the top players left going into day 2. And they go Tyleik Williams, who didn't have a lot of production but has the body to translate to the NFL level. And then the last 4 picks of the first round last night, Commanders, Josh Connerly, after they had traded for Laramie Tunsil. I think they saw what the Eagles did last year, knowing that the Eagles are in front of them inside the NFC East. And they said, look, with that defensive line, we need to get better with our offensive line to protect Jaden Daniels as well. So they go Josh Connerly out of Oregon. Really good reps for him on tape against Abdul Carter this past year. Maxwell Hairston, 30th overall pick, a 4.3, 4.2 speedster at corner to Buffalo. I don't care how cold it gets. Maxwell Hairston's going to be able to fly. The Eagles move up 1 spot to take Jahad Campbell, linebacker, edge rusher out of Alabama. He was the best player on that Alabama team last year. The Eagles had 4 fourth-rounders. They give up 1. They still have 3, and they get a player who they thought was top 10 on their big board, and then the Chiefs. This is a classic Kansas City pick. Josh Simmons could very well be the best offensive tackle in this class. He's been cleared medically with that patellar tendon injury, but it scares the you-know-what out of me. If he can stay healthy, though, what a steal that could be at 32. So we look ahead to day 2, which includes rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft. Which team won round 1? Let me know down in the comment section. We'll start to give you some shout-outs, and then we have an exciting announcement as far as doing a giveaway right here on the program, specifically on the 49ers Report. 637 people watching live on Eagles now, 431 people watching live on the Niners Report as we just started that stream. I need as many people as possible to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. More likes that we get, the more people who find the stream, and the more fun that we can have right here on the show. 3 sponsors that we want to tell you about real quick. Our friends at Game Time, the best app in the ticketing marketplace. They specialize in last-minute tickets at the lowest price guaranteed. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. prices drop as the event gets closer. So download the app, create an account, use the code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Terms apply. First purchase only. And then Prize Picks, the most legendary daily fantasy sports app in the game. They make daily fantasy sports so easy. Millions upon millions of members have won billions of dollars combined from Prize Picks. Right now, when you play $5, you get $50 instantly. You don't even need to win to receive that $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. And you can win up to 2,000 times your money if you go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use that code CLNS. You can withdraw your winnings all within the app. All right. It is giveaway time on the 49ers report.
This one's both.
And Eagles Now. Okay, so we're going to do a giveaway here on the show. And it is going to be a Mando giveaway. So what we need you to do, share this video on YouTube, on Twitter. I need you to tag both Chat Sports and myself at Chat Sports, at Chase_Senior. And after the first 25 shares, we will pick one person to win a Mando starter kit. And Mando, whole body deodorant, 72-hour odor protection. And so again, share this video on Twitter, tag Chat Sports, tag myself as well. After the first 25 shares, we will pick one person to win the Mando starter kit. That means you have to click the share button from YouTube and share this on X, tagging Chat Sports and myself. So that is our Mando giveaway here. And as far as the Mando starter kit, it really is awesome with what you can get from America's #1 whole body deodorant. And you can find them in Walmart, Target, other retailers across the country. Mando starter pack, perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, which I'm showing you right now, a cream tube deodorant, and 2 free products of your choice, like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping as well. So we will give you that starter pack, but we need 25 people to share this show on Eagles Now and on the 49ers Report on Twitter. So one more time, tag at Chat Sports, in addition to myself, at Chase_Senior, and we will pick a winner after 25 shares. Start getting after it right now because the NFL draft gets underway in 6+ minutes. We are giving you a Mando starter pack for free. If you want additional products, you get $5 off on that Mando starter pack using the code CHAT. That link for Mando is down in the chat, and obviously share this video on social media, tag Chat Sports and myself. All right, let's go back to your super chats here. Joshua Baldonado with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much for your donation right there. And then Josh sent in another $10 super chat. Much love from California. And he says, go Birds. For those of you just joining the show, we're live on Eagles Now. We're live on the Niners Report. I host 2 NFL channels north of 100,000 subscribers. When you have 2 large entities like that are so successful, that reach millions of people every single month, we got to go live on both for a big event like the 2025 NFL Draft. And it's an honor to be your host on both programs. Our Super Chat menu, by the way, all Super Chats always get a shout-out. When you send in a Super Chat, $20 or more, you enter the raffle to win a draft hat from New Era. $50, I will do a beer bong. $300 Super Chat, you get an automatic jersey of your choice. Either an Eagles jersey, if you send it in on Eagles Now, or a 49ers jersey, if you send it in on the Niners Report. That's an automatic jersey of your choice. You pick the player, we'll send you that jersey in addition to a thank you card from yours truly. And our Super Chat MVP will get the first-round draft pick jersey, Mykel Williams for the Niners, Campbell for the Eagles, in addition to an MVP football, which I have right here. These are awesome. Customized footballs here. Eagles Now, Super Chat, Day 2 MVP, and then 49ers Report 2025 NFL Draft Day 2 MVP. I'll sign those for you, and we'll get those out to you as well. So that is our Super Chat menu. The draft is about 4 minutes away tonight. Rounds 2 and 3 live on YouTube on Chat Sports. Let's take a look at the upcoming picks. Now, Chip and I have worked so long together, he could just read my mind. Right when I was about to queue up the picks coming up here to start off the second round, he put it in the preview screen.
I'm on it.
And we're ready to rock. The Browns will get us started at number 33. I'm thinking they go young quarterback here. Will it be Tyler Shuck? Will it be Shadur Sanders? Could it be somebody else? The Houston Texans traded out of the first round, and they have a couple of second-rounders and a couple of thirds. Number 34 for Houston from the New York Giants from that trade. The Giants used that to move up to take Jackson Dart. The Titans picking at number 35 after taking Cam Ward, number 1 overall. They don't have a lot of picks in this draft. So hitting on Ward and number 35 going to be important. They have a really good defense. I think they need to add a wide receiver. They have Calvin Ridley. They signed Tyler Lockett. Do you go tight end? Do you go with a player like Jaden Higgins, another wideout? They have Tony Pollard, but could you go with a young running back? Interested to see what the Titans do after bulking up the offensive line in free agency. The Browns have another pick, and number 36 overall came from that Jaguars trade last night when Jacksonville moved up from 5 to 2 and the Browns from 2 to 5. Cleveland, of course, getting a first-round pick next year from Jacksonville. The Raiders at number 37, Patriots at 38, Chicago Bears at 39, and the New Orleans Saints at 40. Then it's the Bears again after the Bears had gotten that pick from Carolina. I believe that was the Bryce Young, Caleb Williams trade in back-to-back years. The Jets are at 42. San Francisco 49ers finally on the clock there at number 43. Cowboys at 44. Colts, Rams, Cardinals, Dolphins, 45 through 48. The Bengals, Seahawks, Broncos, Seahawks again, 49 through 52. The Buccaneers at 53, Packers at 54, Chargers at 55, Bills at 56. And then you have the Panthers, Texans, Ravens, and Lions from 57 to 60. And then we round out the second round before we shift to round 3 with the Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles in that order. That's the same order originally that rounded out round 1 before the Eagles and the Chiefs flip-flop spots, and the Birds moved up from 32 to 31. So that is the draft order for round 2. A reminder, last night we only had the first round. Tonight, 2 rounds. Tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7. We'll wake up early and we'll do it all again. We were live for about 6 hours last night. We'll be live for 6 or 7 hours tonight, and then we'll be live for probably 6 to 8 hours tomorrow as well, talking about every single prospect who gets selected and, of course, doing draft grades as well. Oh! The first Super Chat that we got on the Niners report. I also think Mykel Williams is a lot like Aldon Smith. Thanks for the Chubby's discount. Placed my order. Want to see the Niners draft a linebacker in round 2. Round 3, a couple of offensive linemen, not one. See, I like that strategy, and I tweeted this out. And by the way, you're welcome for the Chubby's discount. Thanks for using that. I tweeted this out earlier, and I think the Niners specifically could go in a couple of different directions here on day 2. The player who I would like to see the Niners draft the most at 43 is Ariante Ursary, the offensive tackle out of Minnesota. And I think a trade-up is even worth it if needed. Experience, massive size, great scheme fit for Kyle Shanahan's outside zone. He's powerful, comfortable getting out in space on pull blocks. He can replace Trent Williams down the road and maybe compete with Colton McKivitz from the get-go. You mentioned linebacker, though, Black Mask. And UCLA linebacker Carson Schweischinger could also be an interesting choice for San Francisco there at 43. Linebacker is a huge need. The Niners also need to address defensive tackle. So some players to watch in the second and third rounds at defensive tackle: Darius Alexander, Toledo; Omar Norman Lott out of Tennessee; Shamar Turner Texas A&M. TJ Sanders, South Carolina. Alfred Collins out of Texas. And Aeneas Peebles out of Virginia Tech. Another need going into day 2 for the Niners is cornerback. And some interesting cornerbacks are also available and still on the board, headlined by Will Johnson, who a lot of people thought was a top 15 player in this class, but lower body injuries are definitely a huge concern. So Black Mask, thank you for the $100 Super Chat. He becomes our Super Chat MVP on Niners, and that's the number to beat. Dennis Design sending in a $20 Super Chat on Eagles. Now, hey, Chase and Chip. Chase, did you get my email? Great job last night. Go Birds. I haven't checked my email today. We are a Slack company, but let me check.
Dennis. Good to see you, Dennis.
Oh, okay. So Dennis, trying to meet Carol. Might meet her on my drive up to NYC. If you can forward her email, we can coordinate the meetup. You can confirm with Carol if you want. All right, Dennis. Let me send you Carol's email. Let me get that to you. Dennis, let me respond here. There you are.
BK from the Bay, what's goody? What's goody? We're moments away from the start of round 2, by the way. Cleveland will be on the clock. Should be getting started any second now.
Yeah, Cleveland going to start off at 33 overall. All right, we are all good. All good, all good, all good. All right, let's see how many people have shared this video, tagging me on social media. Peter Burke sharing the draft video. You love to see it. John Jensen, I see you as well. Shout out to all of you interacting on social media. All right, good stuff. Roger Goodell taking the podium here as round 2 about to get underway.
Uh-oh. That's Goodell up there, baby?
Roger Goodell.
You know what that means.
You know, Roger Goodell always gets booed anytime he's at the NFL draft, so spam those boos in the comment section right now.
Boo!
Boo. Boo that man.
Boo that man.
Type boo in the chat. I see Wayne Courtney, Kovev, Level Quipo, Tails, Charles Lemp, Sergio. Type in boo. Outdoor Creations, Oingo Boingo, John Thomas, Dennis Designs, Bradley, Eagles Fan 83, Kane Angel, Adele Owen. All type in boo. As you're doing that, let's get as many likes as possible here on the show. As Ernest Weaver sends in a $50 super chat, and Ernest makes it rain. We'll pop that super chat up here in a bit. What's cool about what the NFL is doing, a lot of former NFL players are making the picks for their respective teams that they used to play for in the NFL draft. And so a lot of those players up on center stage in Green Bay, Wisconsin, as once again, we have a great crowd for the NFL draft. There were more people on hand for the NFL draft last night in Green Bay, Wisconsin than people live in that city. It's by far the smallest market in the NFL and the smallest city for any major United States professional sports team. Incredible to see a sea of people outside Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The NFL is king. Ernest Weaver, a $50 super chat, and he says, I think the Eagles need to start thinking about Lane Johnson's eventual replacement. We always know that Howie Roseman is looking to build up the offensive line and defensive line. And just because Lane Johnson is still playing at an elite level, the best right tackle in football, that will not keep Howie from addressing that position at some point either this year or next year. Now, Lane Johnson did sign a contract extension, and so he's under contract through, I believe, 2028. The Eagles gave him a big pay bump. I will say this, though. If he were to get hurt, it would be a concern for Philadelphia. Their offensive line depth at offensive tackle is not great, and their win-loss record when either Lane plays or he doesn't is drastically different. And so some offensive linemen who could be available for the Eagles of their liking on day 2, Charles Grant out of William and Mary, Anthony Belton out of NC State. They are really, really good players. Oh! Joshua Baldonado! Right on cue. We're talking about the trenches, and he said, let's get more beef in the trenches. Go Birds, Ava. How about it? Joshua Baldonado with the 100. And hey, I did not forget for Black Mask, for Joshua Baldonado, for Ernest Weaver. The NFL Draft, round 2, is officially underway. And we got to start taking down some shambong. So let me just rip a couple of these. Let's take one down here. Shout out to all of you.
Make it rain, Joshua. Let's go.
Joshua makes it rain. Earl had made it rain. Earl, this one's for you, my brother. And then lastly, Black Mask with the 100. Whew. Hurry, pick Browns from Kovev. The pick is in for Cleveland. This one's for Black Mask. If somebody matches the $100 Super Chats from Black Mask and then our guy, Joshua Baldonado, I'll take down another shotgun here.
Shoot,
if
I'll
somebody
match you.
matches that 100, I'm taking out a shotgun. And Chip, what'd you say?
I'll match you. I'll do my first beer bong of the night.
All right, Chip will do his beer bong if we get another $100 Super Chat, but it has to be before pick number 34. The pick is in for the Browns at 33, but the clock is on.
Let's go.
Okay, we do have an announcement. The winner of our Mando Starter Kit winner is Peter Burke.
Peter Burke.
Peter Burke, I need you to DM me on X your address for shipping and your email address as well. So Peter Burke, congratulations to you. You won our free Mando Starter Pack, whole body deodorant, 72-hour odor protection. DM me your address and your email so that our bosses can get in contact with you. All right, the pick is in for the Cleveland Browns at 33, and they're taking a player who I would have really liked for the San Francisco 49ers. UCLA linebacker Carson Schweischinger. This is a player who was taking some top 30 visits to some teams across the NFL. There was some chatter late in the draft process that maybe he could go in round 1. He becomes the first selection of the second round in the 2025 NFL draft. And so pieces of the puzzle for this Browns defense: Mason Graham, Myles Garrett, Carson Schweischinger. Garrett signed to a contract extension this offseason. Graham drafted at number 5. Schweischinger taken at number 33. He's a little bit undersized, but he's a quick and quality tackler who holds up very well in coverage, great processing and feel for where the ball is going. In today's NFL, you can really get away with being a smaller linebacker because the game has become more finesse about speed and the offense spreading things out. Now, we've seen some teams counter that, like the Niners and like the Eagles, going physical and run heavy. But in coverage, this is a player who can really hold up well. Tackling machine last year for UCLA, 136 tackles, 9 TFLs, 4 sacks, if you want to include him as a blitzer, and then 2 picks. So the Browns continue to load up on defense, and they're going to play a lot of games next year that are going to be like 13-10, 16-13 in that tough, rugged, physical AFC North with a lot of bad weather. And who's going to be their starting quarterback? Is it going to be Joe Flacco? They traded for Kenny Pickett. They don't take Shadur Sanders here, but they're back on the clock here in a couple of picks. You have Houston coming up at 34, Tennessee at 35, Cleveland again at 36. Could they go Tyler Shugg? That is a possibility. As for the Texans, their pick is in. One of the good reasons why people continue to come to us for their draft coverage is we always have the picks prior to the selections actually happening.
The only place you got to go. Look at that. Pick is in.
NFL Network ain't taking down shotguns and shambongs and giving away items to our great viewers. And going to the Houston Texans. I thought they could go offensive line here. Instead, they get another wide receiver and weapon for C.J. Stroud as Stroud goes into year 3. This is another player who I am a big fan of. Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver out of Iowa State, plays like a power forward, can win the 50-50 balls. His comp, according to Daniel Jeremiah, is Nico Collins, and now he's going to be on the same team as Nico Collins. Of note, the Texans let Stephon Diggs walk. He got a bag from the Patriots. We're not sure when Tank Dell is going to come back. And the Texans, under D'Amico Ryans, they play physical on defense. They're trying to play physical on offense now. Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins will help them do that. Great in contested catch spots due to the catch radius, the size, and length. Awesome hands. Only 3 drops over the last 2 years. Not really a quick route runner, but he's a savvy one. And he ran pretty well in the pre-draft process. A little bit faster than what you would think at that size. Here's the thing, too, with Jaden Higgins and why I liked him as a Niners target. He loves blocking. And he met in the pre-draft with SAN-FRAN-CISCO. Goes way earlier than when the Niners were on the clock. Last year, he was playing with Jalen Noel, the other wide receiver at Iowa State, and he still had 87 catches for nearly 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns, average yards per catch of 13.6. And when you get a player that size who runs a 4.47, who is tough, physical, has good hands, who likes to run block, who has consistent production, whose size is going to translate to the NFL level, he's worthy of this second-round pick. Now, I thought he could last a little bit longer, but he goes to the Texans with the second pick of this second round. We have a trade alert.
Trade alert!
The Titans are trading out of 35. I had mentioned just moments ago they don't have a lot of picks in this draft. Of course, they took Cam Ward number 1 overall. They were slotted to pick at 35. Instead, they move back to 52 in the second round, and they pick up a third rounder at 82 to get some additional draft picks here. And so the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Of course, of note for Seattle this offseason, signed Sam Darnold to that 3-year contract.
All right, what direction does Seattle go?
Took Gray Zabel in round 1.
I mean, they traded up a good amount here. That's jumping nearly 20 spots, giving up a pretty valuable third-round pick. There's someone here that They're eyeing up.
Yeah, and this makes sense for Tennessee, right? I mean, you're a rebuilding team. You're going to start a rookie quarterback most likely. Get some more picks to help streamline that rebuilding process.
And the pick is in, and I can understand why they made this move here. This is a player.
Okay.
That
This
I
is
like.
a classic Seattle pick.
Oh, yeah.
This is a classic Seattle pick. You think back to the Legion of Boom days when they had Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas on that back end with Richard Sherman at corner. They were athletic. They were big, physical, fast, long. The Seahawks are taking Nick Emanwari, the safety out of South Carolina. Shit, we might have to grab the relative athletic score because it's one of the most incredible RAS scores you will ever see. This is a modern-day strong safety with truly elite physical traits, mostly showed growth as a tackler, has the frame to be elite there. Sometimes the issue is feel, diagnosing, overrunning plays, taking himself out of position to make a play. Sometimes he plays more finesse than he should at times. But think about where he's going. He's going to Seattle, rich defensive tradition, under Mike McDonald, who used to be on that Michigan staff under Harbaugh and on that Ravens staff with the other Harbaugh, right? Jim and John. And Emanwari, you watch him play, he's really a fun player to watch. And we're about to show you his relative athletic score because it's nutty. If you've been watching the show, you know all about the RAS scores by now. It is a scale of 0 to 10 on the athletic scale from MathBomb. Nick Emanwari earned a perfect 10 in Indianapolis, measuring in at 6'3", 220, 20 reps of the bench press, vertical of 43, broad jump of 11 feet, sub 4.4, 40-yard dash. And so I like what Seattle has done in the first two picks. Gray Zabel, round 1. Nick Emanwari, strong safety in round 2. And clearly, as Chip alluded to, they really like the player. That's why they're moving up the draft board to take him and making that trade.
Man, you're talking about a guy who is 6'3", with a 43-inch vertical. This guy could probably win a dunk contest.
Ridiculous.
I wouldn't be surprised. This is like Zach LaVine. I mean, in terms of athleticism, this is nuts.
Absolutely insane.
Probably even faster than LaVine. Man, grade that pick. This is probably about the area you'd want him to go, so I don't know if I'd call this like an absolute steal, but I'd want to be the team to take him instead of the team who has to face him. I'll tell you that much. Now Seattle the Niners want to face him twice a year. Very good player. Could have gone in the first round.
Yep. Richard Sherman announcing the pick for Seattle. Next is Cleveland, Las Vegas, New England, Chicago, New Orleans, Chicago, Jets, and Niners. Grade the pick of Nick Emanwari.
B, B, D. People don't like it, huh?
Now, I could see a lot of Niner fans not liking that because this is a player who you have to face twice a year.
Yeah.
Niners now going to have to face Walter Nolan twice a year, Nick Emanwari twice a year, Gray Zabel twice a year as part of this draft class. Some Eagles fans, Outdoor Creations, John Thomas Carroll, the DB Dragger, TLZ Riot, all go in a semblance of A. Craig Smith, D. Cardo, B+. The Bear of War, A.
Pick is in at number 36 for Cleveland.
Wow. So the Cleveland Browns move on from Nick Chubb in this post Nick Chubb era, and they are taking his replacement. And it is Quinshon Judkins over Travion Henderson as the first Ohio State back to get drafted this year. That will surprise some people. And that is the evaluation that the Browns have made here, to take Judkins over Travion Henderson. 5'11", 221 pounds. The Buckeyes forming a great running back duo this past year with Judkins and Henderson. 194 carries en route to the national championship, more than 1,000 yards, 14 touchdowns. Judkins has fantastic combination of size and speed with the ability to run with violence. Again, think about the division that he's going to be playing in. Really good initial burst, hard to tackle. Volume dipped with Ohio State in 2024. So did his efficiency, but still, he put up really, really good numbers.
Yeah, and you said it, Chase. Him going before Travion Henderson, definitely a bit of a surprise. But both very talented backs.
Yes.
Ray Rogers coming in with a $2 super chat. Now, this was when Eman Worry got picked, so he's not talking about Judkins here. But said that's what wanted the Niners to pick when talking about Eman Worry. I don't think there was, not that it's that far of a fall, but somebody was going to take him in that top 5-ish of the second round. But now, we could take a look here. Well, that's already 4 picks down in this second round, with the Browns picking at 36. So we'll have the, let's see, we'll have the Raiders on the clock at number 37, followed by the Patriots, Bears once again via Carolina, the Saints at number 40, then Bears, Jets, then Niners. So about 7 picks away for the Niners right now. And still Will Johnson sliding down the board. Mike Green still on the board. I don't think the Niners would double up there, but I mean, Mike Green's a guy that, talked about possibly taking round 1.
Yes. Yeah, Mike Green's one of my favorite edge rushers. But I did say that under one condition, right? As long as the character stuff works out. Teams are clearly a little bit worried about that. So upcoming picks, as Chip had mentioned here.
Yes, we can go back to the ones.
Browns at 36, Raiders at 37, Patriots at 38, Chicago at 39, New Orleans at 40. Then you have the Bears again, Jets, Niners, Cowboys. So closing in on the San Francisco 49ers, making their second pick of this draft. Another Super Chat coming in on Eagles now. We're up to $300 in Super Chats.
Let's go.
We also have a trade. Miami and Las Vegas.
Oh! Was wondering why I was taking a little bit of time for this pick here.
Miami and Las Vegas make a trade. So that will impact the draft order here. Daniel Jeremiah is best available. Will Johnson, Shadur Sanders, Mike Green, Mason Taylor, Donovan Ezaraku. Some good players still available for the Niners.
Shadur to Miami?
Good players available for the Eagles. Shadur Sanders to Miami would be nuts.
Never have it. Could you imagine, though, the discussions they'd have to have? I don't like Tua, so honestly, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah.
I'm not
I don't like Tua. I think Tua stinks.
Yeah, they're paying him too much money, though.
Old school BKC. Let's pop up that 10.
Old school BKC.
Just a $10 super chat right there.
All right, so I think we have full trade details in. Not quite.
Here we go. Oh, that tweet makes no sense.
But we do have a trade. Miami is on the clock. Dennis, Chip, do we have a moderator? Yeah, it looks like Kane's in here moderating. Is this? Oh, this is the tweet that you mentioned.
Yeah, look at that thing.
What?
Okay. Dolphins make their pick and they address the offensive line. So they go Kenneth Grant in round 1. And they go Jonah Sava Naiaya
Boom.
in round 2. Jonah Sava Naiaya in round 2. Gonna be a guard at the next level. 6'4" and 1/8, 324 pounds. Did give up 4 sacks last year. One of Ted McMillan's teammates and one of the few Arizona players who's going to get drafted this year. Good frame, fantastic length, especially for a move to guard. So he did play offensive tackle at Arizona, but that's just not going to fly at the next level. And that is why some of his Pro Football Focus numbers were down last year. He can absorb and engulf defenders in the run game with the size. Does struggle to recover once he gets beat, but that's at offensive tackle. And so you slide him to the interior, and you like the mass and the girth that he can bring to the Dolphins at guard and trying to protect Tua Tagovailoa and get that run game going for Mike McDaniel. 75.9 overall PFF grade. Now, what's interesting, he was an oversized offensive tackle, too slow for that spot, but his pass blocking grade was really good at 82.7. But getting out in space, which is something that you probably have to do under Mike McDaniel, he did struggle at tackle. Don't have to move as much as a guard. So the run blocking grade there, 64.2. Here are the trade details. So the Dolphins received 37 overall and a 5th-round pick at 143. The Raiders move back from 37 to 48, and they get a 3rd-rounder at 98 and a 4th-rounder at 135. I like that for Las Vegas. I like it for Miami. There's one thing about Miami which has been a really consistent theme with that team for a long time, especially the last couple of years. They are so soft. They're one of the softest teams in all of football. But they're clearly trying to change their identity. Kenneth Grant, round 1. Jonah Savaiinaea in round 2. Who won the trade? MIA for the Dolphins, LV for the Raiders.
I don't mind this for the Raiders, man.
No, I like it. I mean, you're getting a 3rd to move back from 37 to 48 and a 4th.
Yeah, I like it. Because people have talked about in this draft, too, like, the difference between, the 35th best player and the 50th best player isn't all that different. So you move back 11 spots, still going to get a similar player here. And you pick up number 98, another top 100 pick. I'm going to go LV. And it seems like a lot of people agree. Good trade for the Raiders. Sacred Intuition, though, going with Miami. Big Bory, it was fair. I do think it's relatively fair in terms of the compensation. I wouldn't say, that the Raiders fleeced them or anything. So now New England on the clock as just 30 seconds left to pick here for them. Got to get that pick in, baby. I mean, Will Johnson's still on the board.
Ariante Ursery to the Niners. Injected into my veins.
Yeah, Ursery are going to Savanaia. Now, depends where they want to play him. If
That's
they're
big.
really looking for a guard.
Has to be a guard.
Yeah. Wouldn't take him to play tackle over Ursery, I wouldn't think. Sanders might fall to the Niners. It's not going to happen, man. The storylines, though, would be crazy. If the Niners took Shedeur Sanders.
Oh. What if New Orleans can just get Shedeur?
I think they should.
3 picks.
I think they should.
The Niners going Shedeur would be insane. The Saints could also go Tyler Shuck.
All right, New England pick is in. We'll see who they go with. Took Will Campbell in the first round. Number 4 overall.
Yep. I wonder where New England is going to go here.
I like this from Carroll. No, Patriots. You can't have A.J. Brown. Patriots fans are still thinking they're going to trade him for this pick now.
Travion Henderson to the Patriots. Drake May gets a weapon. So you go Will Campbell, 4th overall, offensive tackle. Some people have concerns about the shorter arms. I don't really. To protect Drake May. And then you get a running back for Drake May to hand the ball off to, and Travion Henderson, who, in a little bit of an upset, went as the 2nd Ohio State running back behind Quinshon Judkins. Henderson was extremely productive throughout his entire Ohio State tenure. 5'10", 202 pounds, not as built or sculpted as Quinshon Judkins, but Ohio State had 2 running backs who both went over 1,000 yards last year. Henderson, probably more of an explosive big play threat who has the juice and offers plenty of pass catching value too, so he's different from Judkins in that way. Really thrived in Chip Kelly's gap run calls last year. Chip Kelly, now the OC for the Las Vegas Raiders. Some spotty vision and pacing, won't be a churner through tight run lanes. But you put him out on a wheel route, he's comfortable catching the ball, and he's a good pass protector, which of course is important to put him in that backfield alongside Drake May. Production excellent last year, 144 totes for more than 1,000 yards. 10 touchdowns, and he became very well known at Ohio State over the last few years, being a highly productive player who played in a bunch of big games and performed extremely well. He had over 1,000 yards in 2021, 1,200 with 6.8 yards per carry. That led the country, 15 touchdowns. Only played 8 games in 2022. But averaged 5.3 yards per carry. In 2023, 926 yards, 5.9 yards per carry. And then this past year, over 1,000, 7.1 yards per carry. 42 touchdowns in 47 games over his career for Travion Henderson. Let's get back to your Super Chats here. Seymour Butts 82. Love the username right there. Yeah. Everybody loves a good butt. Thanks for all the Niners content you put out for us, Chase. What direction do you think the Niners go with this pick? They can go all types of ways. I hope that Ariante Ursary is available for the Niners, but the Bears concern me as they're on the clock. They could go offensive tackle. New Orleans did go Kelvin Banks, but shoot, Trevor Penning stinks, and they had an offensive tackle retire, so they could double up. They could go Shadur. Chicago's on the board again. If the Bears get Ursary, man, I'm going to be bummed out because I don't think the Jets go offensive tackle again after going Armand Membou, and then the Niners are on the board. So I think the Niners, in some way, shape, or form, they either go offensive tackle, linebacker, or defensive tackle in no particular order. Austin Scarberry, $10 super chat. What's up, guys? It's been a while. Austin, I hope all is well with you. Those of you who watch the show know that Austin is a legendary super chatter.
Oh, yeah.
He has sent in so many big-time supers. And, Austin, now that you're here, hey, man, I'll offer this up to anybody. $100 super chat. I'll do a shotgun and chip. We can put up our super chat battle if we want.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Because Eagles now is at 300. Niners report is at 116. Can the Niners report close that gap a little bit? Let's see. Pick is in for Chicago. I'm worried this is Ursary.
We are also competing here tonight with another rival channel here at Chat Sports.
Oh, wow. The Bears select Luther Burden is what I'm seeing here.
Ooh.
Another weapon for Caleb Williams. So Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Colston Loveland, Cole Kmet, and Luther Burden. Wow. Let's take a look at our Super Chat battle. This is pretty epic stuff here. 49ers report at 116. Eagles now at 300. The Cowboys report at 212. Three great rival teams with great traditions in the National Football League. I'm obviously here on the Niners report and Eagles now. Tom Downey, our draft expert on the Cowboys report. We got to kick the Cowboys' ass. How about them Cowboys? Get them out of here. Let's blow them out. Niners report, it takes $100 to overtake the Cowboys. And if that happens, I'm shotgunning for all of you. SAN-FRAN-CISCO, let's go. All right, let's talk Luther Burden here to the Bears. The Bears know they have to get Caleb Williams right. And they know that he is their chance to turn around this organization. Well, how about the offensive supporting cast that they now have for their soon-to-be sophomore quarterback? They draft Luther Burden here. They probably would have gone running back, but Judkins and Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson both went off the board. They went Colston Loveland at number 10 over Tyler Warren. They already have Rome Odunze, who I think is going to break out in year 2. And they have DJ Moore. And they loaded up the offensive line. I like what Chicago is doing here. So Luther Burden, I thought he could have been a first-round pick. But he had an okay 2024. If he would have came out last year as a loose athlete, dynamic yak guy, he could have been a first-rounder. Excellent picking up yards after the catch, as I mentioned. Makes players miss. Strong in contested catch situations as well. Heavily used in short areas. Questions about his route tree and ability on the outside. And that's why NFL teams had Missouri send them clips of Luther Burden running routes while at Mizzou. 80 targets this past year, 61 catches, 676 yards, 6 touchdowns, 11.1 yards per pop. His NFL comparison from Daniel Jeremiah, Jaden Reed. Not a bad one. You can get him the ball on bubble screens, and then you can throw it up to him, and he can come down with it. Oh! Candy! $100 super chat. Cowgirls, go away. And that puts the Niners report ahead of the Cowboys report here at Chat Sports.
Let's
Chip,
go.
send me over another happy dad. Let's take one down. Take one down, pass it around, shotgun, round by round. All right, let me send out a quick tweet because I like what the Bears are doing.
Let's go, Candy. Hey, let's keep things interesting. Let's keep things going right now. Next 100 that comes in, my turn to do a beer bong. If someone on the Niners report sends in a $100, they take the lead over Eagles now. It's 300 to 218. So next 100 that comes in on either channel, as long as it comes in before the Niners are up here in a few picks, I will do a beer bong. But again, got to be before the Niners pick is in. Saints are on the clock. At 40, it'll be the Bears at 41, Jets at 42, then the Niners at 43. So Saints on the clock. The Saints go quarterback here. Shador Sanders, Tyler Shuck. We also had another super chat coming from Julian Serta. I feel like the Niners will go Will Johnson. What you think?
They could go Will Johnson. You know, a lot of people look at Will Johnson as a top 15 player in this class, but there's been some talk about him running a 4.6 40-yard dash in his private workouts pre-draft. And I really, really worry about that. Oh! Candy again! And how about this? This is huge. The New Orleans Saints draft a quarterback, not Shador Sanders.
Whoa!
Tyler Shuck. He's going to the Saints at number 40. Polarizing prospect in this class. He is a 7th-year senior. He was in the same class in high school as Brock Purdy. They both grew up in Arizona. Ladies and gentlemen, Brock Purdy is entering year 4 of his NFL career. Now for Shuck, he has a good arm, excellent size at 6'5" and 1/8. He is a throwback pocket passer with that size and room to add to his frame. Took a big step forward in 2024 after time at Oregon and Texas Tech. He has huge medical concerns that have to be vetted. And that's what I find interesting. By the way, Ryan Ramczyk is that other offensive lineman to retire for New Orleans, which is why I thought they could go there. Instead, they go Tyler Shuck. Here's the thing with Shuck, right, that surprises me. He had some fluke injuries, for instance, like a collarbone injury diving into the end zone. And people are like, well, it's not a tendon or a ligament. It's just a broken bone. It's fluky. But don't you have concerns about him being injury prone because they're injuries regardless? I also worry how when you watched him in college, there were times when he was gun shy. He would shy away from contact. So those durability issues are for real, but he has ideal size and arm strength at about 6'5", almost 220 pounds. Completed 63% of his passes last year for nearly 3,200 yards, 24 total touchdowns, 6 picks, 1 fumble. So in front of the Niners here, you have Bears, Jets, and San Francisco.
Here's that 100 that came in. The second one from Candy. Given the 49ers report the lead over Eagles now, $318 to $305 now to the 5 from Captain Delberto. Candy, what a legend. And I said $100 if it came in before the Niners pick, I would do a beer bong. So that is what I will do for Candy. Let's go.
Oh, man. Is Ursery going to last? As you come in here, by the way, continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video.
Oh, I got
Oh, we have
pineapple.
another trade. The Bears have traded into 40, or the Buffalo Bills have traded with the Bears up to 41.
Okay, so the Bills are now on the clock.
Oh, man, they could go Ursery here. His size fits that division and playing in Buffalo to go opposite of Deion Dawkins. They've loaded up on defense in free agency, and then they went Maxwell Hairston in round 1. Don't be Ursery. They've won 5 straight AFC titles, longest streak in team history, but they can't get over the hump against Kansas City, which could change in 2025. Because are the Chiefs now vulnerable? The Bills will make their pick in under 3 minutes. We'll have that pick prior to that. Now, for those of you watching on the Niners Report, 1,300 people watching live, can we get to 500 likes before this pick? I want the stream at 1,000 likes ASAP. We've had a massive uptick in audience. Hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. Buffalo, Jets, and then the Niners. And we'll give you an instant reaction video right here on the show. Candy did send in 2 straight $100 Super Chats. She's our Super Chat MVP right now.
Yeah.
She got a bunch of raffle tickets also.
Oh, yeah.
And let's take that shotgun down for her.
Candy.
The Bills have been so active this offseason. Can we take a look at their team profile by chance?
Absolutely.
They signed Joey Bosa, signed Christian Benford to a 4-year contract extension, drafted Maxwell Hairston round 1, offensively added Laviska Shenault, Joshua Palmer, Larry Ogunjobi at defensive tackle as well. Lost Mac Hollins. They have needs at corner, wide receiver, defensive tackle, and edge. 9 picks remaining, 2 on day 2, coming off their 6th straight season with double-digit wins, but still can't get over the hump. If the Bills don't go Ursery, he could be there for the Niners because the Jets went Armand Membou in round 1, and they took the Penn State offensive tackle last year.
Pick is in. They went corner, so they're not going to go Will Johnson. They're obviously not going Shador Sanders.
Nope.
Doubt they go edge. I mean, they added Joey Bosa, but they could, I guess. Not going to go tight end.
Donovan Ezaraku, Mason Taylor, Mike Green, Shador Sanders, Will Johnson, the best players available. Trey Amos at corner.
Pick is in.
Pick is in. Who is it?
Oh, is it Ursery?
They go defensive tackle. TJ Sanders out of South Carolina to the Buffalo Bills. Almost 6'4", 305. I kind of liked him as a Niners target as well. Rotational player early with the upside of an impactful starter. He's only 21 years old, plays bigger than his weight, able to shed blockers with his length. Sometimes plays too tall, fails to finish at times, but we know that Sean McDermott is a really good defensive mind and coach to try to maximize a player like Sanders. In 2024 for South Carolina, 50 tackles, 7 TFLs. 4 sacks, 33 pressures. This is the year that the Bills have to get over the hump, with the Chiefs being vulnerable and down.
All right, so with that being the pick, we have the Jets on the clock now, 42. Niners up next at 43. And Jets, as you mentioned, went Membou, so not going to go tackle again.
Yeah. Jets, Niners, Cowboys, Colts. Let's take a look at the Jets offseason profile here. More on Sanders, versatile, quick off the ball. But again, those pad level issues definitely plays a little bit bigger than being around 300 pounds. For the Jets, signed Justin Fields to that 2-year, $40 million deal. Added wide receiver Josh Reynolds. Andre Cisco, another notable pickup at safety. 14th in cap space at 27.56. Lost Devontae Adams. He went to the Rams. Hassan Reddick signed with the Bucks. DJ Reed got a bag with the Lions. Javon Kinlaw got way overpaid by Washington. And then Morgan Moses departing as well. Their draft needs, they took Armand Membou with the 7th pick. 7 picks left, 2 today. Offensive tackle, defensive tackle, wide receiver, and safety. I think it's too early for safety here. Wide receiver, Jalen Knoll, Alec Ayumanor. Is it too early for a player like that? Defensive tackle, maybe a Darius Alexander. They went Armand Membou number 1 as noted. So that trade between the Bills and Bears, by the way, Bills moved up to 41. Bears trade back to 56. Bills additionally get 72 overall in the 3rd round and a 7th rounder. The Bears had received 56 and 62 from Buffalo. Again, they just don't have a lot of needs, so they can afford to do that. And then a 2025 4th rounder as well. Best players available here. You have Will Johnson. Mike Green would be interesting to the Jets. Can Aaron Glenn make that work? He's a strong personality. Mike Green is a hell of a player. Donovan Ezaraku, another edge there for New York potentially. Xavier Watts, the safety out of Notre Dame. I like the corner Ravel out of East Carolina. Could they draft Shedeur Sanders to back up Justin Fields?
It's funny because I was actually just thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Trey Amos, the corner out of Ole Miss. The Jets, they go tight end. Mason Taylor out of LSU. A popular player for the Eagles. He goes early, and now the Niners are on the clock. 1,600 people watching live. If you ain't subscribed, you ain't alive. Hit that sub button right now for coverage every single day. Long-form videos, live shows, watch parties. Anytime I'm in front of the camera, I want to give you content that is informative, insightful, thought-provoking, entertaining, where you have a voice. So hit that subscribe button. I like Mason Taylor a lot. Now, he is in a different class compared to the top 2 tight ends in this class in Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland. Of course, the upset, or at least one of the upsets night 1, was that Loveland went before Tyler Warren. Loveland to the Bears at 10, Warren to the Colts at 14. But Mason Taylor is definitely the 3rd best tight end. 6'5 and a quarter, the son of Jason Taylor, the Hall of Fame defensive end for the Miami Dolphins in the early 2000s. 246 pounds, 55 catches last year from Garrett Nussmeier under Brian Kelly, 546 yards, 2 touchdowns. Mason Taylor is a player who's a natural athlete, really good and strong at the catch point, fluid on the move, classic safety valve type of tight end, finds soft spots in zone coverage, gets first downs, good route runner, great size. Sometimes he doesn't play up to it, but we know that sometimes tight ends can get finesse in the NFL these days. I love his catch radius and his hands, though. He catches everything. Only had 1 drop last year, and I think his best football is ahead of him, and he obviously has those NFL bloodlines as well, with his dad being one of the best football players ever. 1,700 people watching live on the Niners Report. I think we got to 160,000 subscribers. Let me check here. We did surpass 160K. Continue to hit that sub button.
All right. Where does San Francisco go here? Let us know in the chat who you think the Niners should draft with this pick. Of course, round 1 went Mykel Williams.
Mykel Williams, who is a physical freak. You have the opportunity to go Ariante Ursary right here, who's another physical freak, who's a great scheme fit in Kyle Shanahan's outside zone.
A lot of people, though, saying Will Johnson. My only hold up with Will Johnson, I loved him coming in, but the fact that he's dropping this far,
yes,
to me is very concerning, because that means
red flag.
NFL teams must be very worried about the medicals and or the speed.
Yep.
And I would say Mike Green, but you already took Mykel Williams.
Yeah. Offensive tackle, defensive tackle, corner, linebacker. Those are the biggest needs. Mason Taylor getting some Zach Ertz comps. I kind of like that. One of the scouting notes we had on him is that he's big, but doesn't always play up to that size. Zach Ertz is a tight end who's been highly productive, arguably the best tight end in the history of the Eagles. Never broke tackles, but great red zone player, safety valve type of tight end. Highly, highly productive for a very, very long time. Second-round pick out of Stanford. Mason Taylor, a second-round pick now out of LSU. All right, let's get the 500 likes on the Niners Report before they make their pick. We're at 443 right now. If we get to 500, this player will be a future Hall of Famer. Hit that thumbs up icon like the video right now.
Come on, baby.
The pick is in for the Niners.
Who is it going to be? Don't jinx it. You want the Niners to draft a good player right here, Niners fans. You got to like the video.
Who is it going to be? We're going to get the announcement right here. Bay Area. Julian Peterson, 16th overall pick by the Niners in 2000, announcing this one. Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas.
Okay.
Mykel Williams in the first round, Alfred Collins in the second. He is a massive player who's dominant against the run. Daniel Jeremiah had him as the defensive tackle out of Texas to probably go round 2, round 3. Second team AP All-American in 2024, 55 tackles this past year. High level of competition. And it's Alfred Collins, 5.5 TFLs. That was a career high as well. Defensive tackle was a massive need for the Niners. Again, I would have gone Ariante Ursary. 7 sacks, 17.5 TFLs in his career. We're going to do a deep dive video on this coming up here in just a moment, so I'm just giving you some quick notes right now. 23 years old, redshirt senior, 6'5", 332 pounds, 55 tackles, 6 TFLs last year. Fantastic run stopper with great power. Has the knack for getting his hands up and knocking down passes. The pass breakup numbers, something that I talked about in the pre-draft process. Pass rush plan doesn't really exist behind effort and some push. But I was talking about Alfred Collins as a potential draft pick for San Francisco. And I think I included him in my tweet a little bit earlier.
Great to pick for us right now, Niners fans. A, B, C, D, or F. Getting some good grades right now in the chat. A lot of A's and B's.
Yep. And they get two players in Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins who can really stop the run. And that's a huge point of emphasis for San Francisco. Just sending out a tweet, and then we'll do a long-form video on this in a moment.
Our guy John Wallace going B+. Dave Zobel, B. I think it's a good pick. You still needed to address the interior of that line. Now, this defensive line's getting a big shakeup, big makeover with Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins. I mean, Chase was saying for months on the show, like, before the draft, bottom 5 D-line heading into next year. It was bad. So Niners go edge with Mykel Williams and now D tackle with Alfred Collins. I like this pick a lot.
Donovan Ezeraku to the Cowboys. I really like that pick for Dallas. All right, full breakdown coming up. Let me just post this on Instagram. Almost 2,000 people watching live on the Niners Report. Continue to hang out here with us. Niners are very, very committed here to fixing what has been a horrible run defense of late. All right, let's talk about it here. For those of you watching on Eagles now, we'll do the same once the Eagles pick at the end of this second round. In the meantime, let's talk Alfred Collins to the San Francisco 49ers with the 43rd overall selection in the 2025 NFL Draft. Again, big emphasis in getting better against the run. Chip, whenever you're ready to go,
yep,
I'm ready to rock as well. I do like the Cowboys pick of Donovan Ezeraku. Picks to come after Dallas: Indy, Rams, Cardinals, Raiders, Cincy, Seattle, Denver, Tennessee, Tampa Bay. Those are the picks coming up, and obviously we're showing you a bunch of picks here at the bottom of your screen. Let's talk Alfred Collins here to the Niners. Oh, good call. Prize picks. Interesting. All right, here we go. Alfred Collins to the Niners. Let's talk about it. It is clear here as we stand here on day 2 of the NFL Draft in round 2 that the San Francisco 49ers are clearly committed to fixing what has been a porous run defense. The Niners in round 1 with the 11th overall pick went with Mykel Williams, the defensive end and edge rusher out of Georgia. Mykel Williams is a player who's really good at setting the edge, and with his massive, unique one-of-one size, is excellent as a run defender. And we knew going into the draft that the Niners had a bottom 5 defensive line as it stood prior to the draft. They needed to address defensive end and edge rusher. They did that with Mykel Williams, but they have multiple needs at defensive tackle, and they have checked that box as well. With the 43rd overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers have selected Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle out of Texas. You're watching the 49ers Report by Chat Sports. My name is Chase Sr. You don't get this analysis anywhere else, so be sure to hit that subscribe button. Alfred Collins, like Mykel Williams, is a player who has an NFL body, which translates to the next level right away. And that is very appealing, clearly, to the San Francisco 49ers. Mykel Williams is a player who's 6'5", almost 270 pounds, and Alfred Collins is an interior defensive lineman who at the NFL Combine checked in at 6'5", 332 pounds, and he is excellent as a run stopper. Finding defensive tackles who can defend the run very hard in this wide nine. And so hopefully Alfred Collins can be a good scheme fit for San Francisco and help what has been a porous run defense over the last few years. The scouting report on Collins, it's clear. Fantastic run stopper with great power. He has the knack for getting his hands up and also knocking down passes. And so while there has been a lack of sack production and getting to the quarterback as a pass rusher, he does have this innate feel for being able to climb the ladder and bat passes down at the line of scrimmage. I wouldn't say he's the twitchiest defensive lineman, and sometimes that's hard to find at 6'5", 332, but he can impact the game with batting down passes at the line with a wingspan of 85 inches and arm length of 34 5/8 inches. Now, before we continue to move forward on today's show and talking about Alfred Collins, I want you to grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you think about this down in the comments section. It's going to be the pinned comment of today's 49ers Report. I want to hear from you. More on Alfred Collins here. We're talking about a player who is large-framed, who has an excellent height-weight length combination. And that's a big reason why at Texas, playing against very good competition, playing in some really big games against some excellent offensive linemen, he was able to have some flash plays and flash moments. Now in 2024, 16 games played, very durable, 55 tackles, 6 TFLs, 1 sack, and 7 pass breakups. Very experienced at the college level. He played 64 games and 28 games started. And so the Niners right now at defensive tackle, if the season were to start, would have to go with like Jordan Elliott and Evan Anderson. I think Alfred Collins has an opportunity to play right away. He's able to create a lot of movement and real estate with natural power. And when you watch him, you'll see these swats and strikes that he will use to his advantage. Has a really wide base, good body control and long arms to leverage blockers off balance to make some plays against the run. And in that short area trench play, that's really important to kind of move an offensive lineman or disengage from an offensive lineman in order to come up and make a tackle. Now, the Athletic's Dane Brugler is an NFL analyst who I really like. I think he's excellent at what he did. He had a second or third round grade on Alfred Collins. I would have loved if the Niners went Ariante Ursary with this pick because I think offensive tackle is another massive need, and I think he's a great scheme fit. He can help replace Trent Williams down the road. But again, defensive tackle was a huge need. There were other solid defensive tackles on the board, including a player like Darius Alexander out of Toledo, 24 years old, a little bit older than Alfred Collins, but the Niners are clearly going with a different player here as far as the build because Alexander is a little bit leaner and smaller. Here's what Brugler said about Collins, that he's still learning how to maximize his size and talent, but he took a sizable jump this past year, shows the physical traits to be a disruptive force, especially against the run. He'll provide immediate depth as a rookie, and his snap count should increase with experience. Another thing that's really impressive about Collins is that he has pretty quick feet for being 6'5", 330-plus pounds, pretty agile-footed big guy, and he can play multiple gaps to really flatten down the line Another thing about Alfred Collins, elite tackler. His tackle to missed tackle ratio in 2024, he had 55 tackles and only 2 missed tackles. That is really telling. What happened with the Niners time and time again last year? They got gashed in trying to stop the run. They didn't have big bodies to move other big bodies up front, and so there were gaping holes, and they missed so many tackles, which was so frustrating for San Francisco. Going back to his ability to make plays at the line of scrimmage, he had 6 batted passes at the line in 2024 that was tied for number 2 in FBS, and he blocked a field goal as a senior. So he can help you on special teams as well. He played more snaps this past year. His effort didn't decline. The Niners love guys who love to play football, right? And Alfred Collins is a player who loves to play football. Even though he played more snaps, his effort did not decline. And another big thing for a big boy up front at defensive tackle, he played in 64 of 65 games during his 5 years with the Texas Longhorns. Now, we'll talk some of the weaknesses to his game coming up just around the corner. But first, our sponsor for our Alfred Collins video here on the Niners Report, our friends at PrizePicks, the best daily fantasy sports app in the game. Millions of users. They've given out billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Most importantly, it's daily fantasy sports made easy. Here's how you play. You pick 2 or more players. You choose more or less on the projected stats, and you can win up to 2,000 times your cash. Another cool thing is that if you play $5, you get $50 instantly. You don't even need to win to receive that $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Think about where we are here in April. The draft is going on, and so PrizePicks has some lineups with some future draftees. You have baseball, basketball playoffs, hockey playoffs. It's an exciting time of the year. And speaking of some of those future selections for some incoming rookies, let's take a look. Cam Ward, less than 3,199.5 passing yards. That's how it works. Ashton Jeanty, more than 1,124.5 rushing yards. I think the Raiders are going to use him like a bell cow throughout the duration of his rookie contract. And then Travis Hunter, more than 699.5 receiving yards. It's as easy as that. Run your game with PrizePicks. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. You can win up to 2,000 times your money, and you get $50 when you play 5. More on Alfred Collins here. Sometimes he comes off the ball tall. Look, he's 6'5", 332, and he can struggle to get underneath blocks. Sometimes he relies on trying to win with power. He's a little bit long-legged, and so when he is so tall, that can hurt his ability to change directions. Sometimes with some of those power moves, the swats and the strikes, he'll spend too much time trying to do that, and that's like wasted movement, especially as a pass rusher. Now, against the run, he's able to use that power really quickly to stop the ground game. But as far as a pass rusher, he's going to need to do some work there. And 5-year player at Texas who played in more than 64 games. Texas has had some excellent defensive linemen, especially at defensive tackle during his tenure. Has 1 year of starting experience for the full season. 16 games played, 16 starts this past year. His TFL numbers year by year, he started playing right away as a true freshman. Pretty impressive. 10 games played and 1 start. He enrolled in July of 2020 during that pandemic-shortened season. That seems like forever ago. Had 2.5 TFLs, 1.5 sacks, 4 pass breakups, and a pick. The following year, 12 games, 4 starts, 5 TFLs, 2 sacks. Year 3, 12 games, 1 start, 17 tackles, 3 TFLs, 1 sack. And then the last 2 years, you've seen this ability to swat passes down at the line, and you can see that consistent motor as well. 2 TFLs, 2 sacks, 2 pass breakups, And then this past year, 55 tackles, 5.5 sacks, a career high for him. Or sorry, 5.5 TFLs, a career high, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble, and 7 pass breakups. So I like this pick for San Francisco, and you can certainly see the strategy of what the Niners have done in the first 2 rounds here. Mykel Williams, athletic freak. He will wow you with his size. He can set the edge. He can stop the run. Needs to work on his pass rushing ability. Alfred Collins, huge size, 6'5", 330 plus, excellent against the run, and needs to work a little bit as far as his pass rush ability. But the Niners have put a clear emphasis on fixing what has been a broken run defense, and they're bringing in 2 physical specimens who can help bring an identity back to San Francisco, and it's an identity that they've lost over the last couple of years. Niners will be back on the clock barring a trade at 75. Who should the Niners draft next? Let me know down in the comments section. Join the conversation. Make a prediction if you want. Don't forget to subscribe. We just surpassed 160,000 subscribers here on the show, and if you liked what you saw here today, this is what we do. All right, so some picks that we can catch you up on that have happened of late. Still 1,500 people watching live on the Niners Report. We've had 15,000 people join us so far already. 15,000 people join us on Eagles Now. I'm going to do a quick YouTube short that I can put on X, Instagram, and YouTube really quickly. We're live here for day 2 of the NFL Draft on the 49ers Report. Come join me on YouTube. But here's my instant reaction video of the Niners taking Texas defensive tackle Alfred Collins with the 43rd overall pick. I was hoping that the Niners would address offensive tackle with a player like Ariante Ursary out of Minnesota, but defensive tackle is also a massive need for San Francisco. And one thing has become very clear with the Niners' approach in the first 2 rounds of the draft. They want to fix what has been a broken rush defense the last couple of years. Mykel Williams out of Georgia can set the edge. He's good against the run. He's an athletic freak. And Alfred Collins is a player who has massive size, 6'5", 332 pounds, and he is an elite run stuffer. Couple of things that I like too, an elite tackle to missed tackle ratio, 55-2. Very experienced playing at Texas. Really good motor. Good durability as well. All right.
That's much better. I'm going to change the poll question here on Niners to get a gauge with still 1,200 plus people watching. Grade the pick of Alfred Collins. Going to go A, B, C, and then D or F. Everything I've seen in the chat's pretty positive. So if you are still hanging out here with us, go vote on that new poll question. I want to get a sense of where Niners fans are at right now. And also let me know what you voted in the chat. Almost 50% B and then just under about 44% A. So pretty consensus that it's a good pick for the 49ers here. Yeah, I'm seeing it's pretty much all A's and B's.
You want to go 2 box and put you up on there? Go $2 here for the meantime.
Yo! All right, I can, while you post that, run us through some of these picks that have been made here
Yeah, do that.
that we have seen happen since the Niners pick. So we'll just run through the entire second round so far for those of you who need some catching up. Browns, 2 picks in the first 4 of the second round went Carson Schweisinger, linebacker UCLA at 33, and then Quinshon Judkins went before Travion Henderson, number 36 to Cleveland. Texans went with Jaden Higgins, number 34 overall in the second round after they traded back last night, receiver. Seahawks traded up to go get Nick Emanwari, the athletic freak out of South Carolina. Very Seahawks pick there. Dolphins taking Jonah Savainea, guard out of Arizona, followed by the Patriots. Then taking Travion Henderson. It's just a couple picks there after Quinshon Judkins at number 38 to New England. Then the Bears forming a pretty scary wide receiver group now. Luther Burden, DJ Moore, obviously Rome Odunze last year. Then the Saints. They went quarterback, but not Shedeur Sanders. They go with Tyler Shuck, the 25-year-old, 7th-year senior quarterback out of Louisville who has a ton of injury questions. And obviously his age is a factor as well, but a lot of people in the draft community like him a lot. And they certainly need another quarterback in that room with Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener. Bills at 41 trade up to take TJ Sanders, so another South Carolina player off the board there, the defensive tackle. Jets going tight end Mason Taylor, a guy a lot of Eagles fans were looking at, maybe at 64, maybe trading up a little bit to get him, but he goes out of LSU to the Jets. Then the Niners, we just broke it down. Alfred Collins going to San Francisco. So Alfred Collins and Mykel Williams going to revamp that defensive line there, which needed a big makeover this offseason. Then, since the Niners pick, these are some of the picks that we have yet to announce yet. Donovan Ezraku fell a little bit out of that first round, going to the Cowboys at number 44. Then the Colts took Tyler Warren round 1. They go JT Tuimalau out of Ohio State. Then the Rams, Terrence Ferguson. A little earlier than I think people might have thought Terrence Ferguson would go. I thought maybe more of a third-round player, but Rams go Terrence Ferguson here, tight end out of Oregon. Give another weapon in that offense if you're losing Cooper Kupp. Then the Will Johnson slide finally stops. Will Johnson finally goes. I think he was the 8th best player on our draft expert Tom Downey's big board. Falls all the way to 47. All the way to 47. But does end up going to the Arizona Cardinals. I like that a lot for them. That's great value. If he can overcome some of these injury concerns and some of the long speed concerns that he does have, then that's an absolute steal for the Cardinals. And then the Texans, a guy that Chase wanted for the Niners, Ariante Ursary, going to Houston. They actually trade up here.
They needed an offensive lineman badly.
Yeah, badly. And they trade up here with the Raiders. They've traded a bunch already in this draft. So they move up to get their guy, Ariante Ursary, the tackle out of Minnesota. And then Bengals on the clock just made their pick. They're going linebacker, addressing that defense once again. Demetrius Knight Jr. So we see our third South Carolina defender already going off the board in this second round. As the Bengals went round 1, they took Jahdae Barron. No, that was the Broncos. Who'd the Bengals take round 1? It's slipping my mind right now. They went Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart, yep,
Yeah.
out of Texas A&M.
Yep, so now they go Demetrius Knight. And that leaves Seattle now on the clock at number 50, followed by Denver and Tennessee. So, look, Shedeur Sanders is still out there on the board. I don't think any of these teams go that direction. So how far could he slide? The Saints was really that. The Saints were really that team you thought maybe. B-Doc just totally got me because B-Doc types in the chat, Philadelphia Eagles just traded up. I'm like, oh my God, oh my God. And he says to draft Jake Chipper. Let's go, Chipper.
That's funny.
B-Doc, you got me.
B-Doc. Good one, brother. Here, you want to pop yourself up? Let me use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. You know, if I never got hurt in high school, I could have been this pick here. You never know.
Elite athlete.
You never know. All right. What O-linemen are left, Chip? John Wallace. We could take a look at the O-linemen still on the board as Arian Arosari, kind of like, from him, kind of a drop-off to some of the next best O-linemen. So we can take a look. Let's take a look first. Let's just go to the best available offensive linemen. So at that tackle spot, again, a pretty big drop-off. Ozzie Trapillo, Cameron Williams, Logan Brown, Charles Grant, the small school guy at William & Mary. We've talked about him a good amount on Eagles and Niners as a potential third-round target. So, I mean, Niners have 2 third-round picks. Still have to address that offensive line. Certainly could be a target there for the Niners and the Eagles as well, possibly. You go to the interior. I still like Tate Ratledge and Marcus Bowe to go in this second round, but if either of them drop, could be good picks as well for the 49ers as they looking to beef up that O-line. A little bit farther down the board, Wyatt Milam, Miles Frazier. I like Dylan Fairchild as well, Caleb Rogers, Jalen Rivers, and then Emory Jones out of LSU. All good options. If you want to go to the center spot, Jared Wilson out of Georgia, Drew Kendall. I like Seth McLaughlin out of Ohio State. I actually got to listen to and do his interview at the NFL Combine, and I thought he had a very, very good interview, and lots of Ohio State teammates really raved about him. So a player that I think, could flex out to guard if you need. Jake Majors, another player we've talked about down the board for the Niners if you want to go at that center spot. Do have a super chat we want to get to here. As, let's see, latest pick was Cincinnati at number 49. They went Demetrius King. But do you want to pop up the super chat we got? I think we have a couple that we have to catch up on Eagles as we were going through that pick there for the Niners. So be sure to get to those. Let's see. I think we got to start here with Captain Delberto. Finally clocking out of Amazon hell, delivered all of Reading City. Wanted to die, got a pounding headache from heat and stress, just need home and weed. Captain Delberto gonna have a nice chill evening. Watching the draft. Hopefully the Eagles don't stress you out too much with whatever pick they end up going with. Thank you. Real one, Captain Delberto. And then Steve Livingston, $20 super chat. Looking buff in that profile picture. Man, I'm trying to be like you, my boy.
He should get drafted.
Stink. You said what?
He should get drafted.
Yeah, draft Steve Livingston. He says, Niners stink. Fly, Eagles, fly. Thanks for that 20. That gets you a raffle ticket to win an Eagles draft hat. Again, $20 gets you in that raffle. And then we had a $2 from Outdoor Creations. Do you think Harold Fanning goes in the third round? I could see third or maybe fourth. A lot of production, but questions about his athletic ability. Still, though, when you put up the numbers he did, over 100 catches, setting records in college, like, the production speaks for itself at some point. As the Seattle Seahawks at number 50, the pick is in. Seattle already making a couple picks in this draft. Gray Zabel traded up for Nicky Manwari. It's now their third pick in the top 50 here. Good stuff for Seattle. The second round is plugging along. And it looks like we have a trade.
Elijah Arroyo to Seattle. Seam stretching tight end.
Butcher of a pronunciation there by the announcer.
Oyero by, I think that was Sean Alexander.
Yeah, so this was actually a trade. Let's see. So it was Denver on the clock at number 50, but they trade out. So Seattle really moving around the board here. Panthers trade up to 51. They also get 84, 122, and 208. Broncos move down 6 spots to 57. They pick up pick 74 in the third round, so moving up from 84 to 74. And then they also get pick 111 this year and pick 230 this year. So you move down 6 spots in the second round to move up 10 spots in the third and 11 spots in the fourth. I can get down with that. That's a fair trade. I think that's a fair trade. And clearly Carolina, again, trading up one of their guy in Elijah Arroyo.
Man, one thing about this Niners rookie class here in the first 2 picks, they are massive dudes. Massive, massive cats. Again, they're really trying to change the identity of that defense, and they're doing it. So the Carolina Panthers making the pick here at 51. Chuba Hubbard announcing that selection. Elijah Arroyo, tight end out of Miami to Seattle here. Very athletic tight end. And the Panthers trade up to take Nick Skorton. A little bit of a tweener. Is he going to be a defensive end, defensive tackle? Really good effort. Some people thought that he could have been a first-round pick. Transferred to Texas A&M from Purdue. Just under 6'3", 257 pounds. Panthers defense now, Derek Brown, Jadeveon Clowney, Nick Skorton, J.C. Horn, Trevon Merrick. You don't hate what they're building. And then they got Tet McMillan for Bryce Young. Skorton from Bryan, Texas. Young player, only 20 years old too. We've seen a lot of 20-year-olds get drafted in this class. Making life-changing money.
So Ted McMillan and Nick Skorton for Carolina. Trucking along, pick 52, so 12 picks away from the Eagles at 64, assuming they don't move.
Yeah, a lot of teams had Elijah Arroyo as a top 20 to 25 overall talent, but does have some durability concerns. Ian Rappaport on Will Johnson, who Chip obviously said went to the Cardinals a little bit earlier. Teams red flagged his knee, but he didn't have pain or swelling in it. That should be a good sign. But we're talking about multiple lower body injuries for Will Johnson, who, again, could have been a top 15 pick, but injury concerns make him drop all the way to the late 40s. Oluwaladeju to the Tennessee Titans at 52. Very talented edge rusher. 238 tackles in his career. He was a converted off-ball linebacker. We've seen success stories with that, especially with 2 Penn Staters. Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter started as off-ball linebackers. Then they made the switch to edge. So Oladeju is a little bit of a raw player. 6'3" and a quarter, 261 pounds. So ideal size to be that pass rushing edge for Tennessee. He's going to a defense that was very good and underrated last year. Developmental player because of the lack of experience, but intriguing traits. Solid tackler. I think the experience as an off-ball linebacker helped him there. Showed some pretty good talent in stopping the run. Clearly raw, no real pass rush plan yet. More of an upside pick here. But you have a foundation of skills to certainly work with if you're Tennessee. Pick is in for Tampa Bay at 53. After that, Green Bay, Chargers, Bears, Broncos, Raiders, Ravens, Lions, Washington, Bears again, Chiefs, Philadelphia. Then we kick off round 3 with the New York Giants. All right, I don't like seeing this. I do not like seeing this. This is a sight that gives me sore eyes. The Cowboys report is beating both Eagles Now and the 49ers report in Super Chats. We were just up. Now we're down. Here's the deal. I'm going to put up a 2-minute shot clock. And for the next 2 minutes, instead of a $20 Super Chat getting you in the raffle for our draft hat, you get a Niners draft hat or an Eagles draft hat, we're going to go $10 Super Chat for the next 2 minutes, gets you in the raffle. 50% off. If somebody sends in a 25, I'm going to do a beer bong. If somebody sends in a 50, I'm going to do a shotgun. And let's make this deal. $200 instead of $300. You get an automatic jersey of your choice. If you're watching Eagles Now, you get an Eagles jersey. If you're watching the 49ers report, you get a Niners jersey. 2 minutes on the clock. We're already 30 seconds in. Great deals. You can't miss it. $10, you enter our draft hat raffle. $25 for a beer bong. $100 for a shotgun. $200 automatic jersey of your choice. If you're unfamiliar with how to send in a super chat, you see the comments that you submit. You see that rectangular box with the $sign through it. You just click that. You send in a super chat. It's like tipping your bartender, sending us a donation. Goes a long way in supporting everything that we do. You know what's nuts? My first draft was this time in 2021. I was the 8th employee. We had 3 or 4 studios at that time. Here we are in 2025. My 5th draft. We have more than 30 employees. We have 15 to 20 studios. And we have grown in a massive way. A big reason for that? All of the support that you give us here on the program. Oh! Steve Livingston, a $200 super chat. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. How about Steve coming in with the 200? Steve, we're going to pop up my email at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to need you to send me an email with your address and your jersey size. Chase@chatsports.com. Everybody clap it up for Steve. He makes it rain. We'll, of course, give you some raffle tickets as well for the draft hat. And he just beat the buzzer. 225. Steve, thank you so much for that, my brother. Tampa Bay Buccaneers going Notre Dame cornerback Benjamin Morrison. Plant and drive corner, 6 foot and a quarter, 193 pounds. He can really track the ball well. He finds it with good awareness and eyes. Good explosion and burst to close on the football. Really good awareness. Missed the final 10 games with a hip injury. Maybe caused him to slide a little bit. But you know what position Todd Bowles played? DB. And so Benjamin Morrison goes to a Buccaneers team with an already really good defense, really good coaching staff. Very smart guy because there are academic standards at Notre Dame. And I like the destination and the defense with where he's going.
Man, shout out to Steve.
Oh, this is cool too. Morrison's father, Daryl, was a teammate of Todd Bowles in Washington. Another player who slipped because of a medical, according to Albert Breer. But look, if he could stay healthy, man, really, really good value all the way here at 53. The pick is in for Green Bay at 54. Matt LaFleur, the 5th highest winning percentage among coaches since becoming the head coach with the Packers. Couple of super chats coming in on the Niners report. Who would I draft if I'm the Eagles? They could go tight end. They could go offensive line. They could go corner. Trey Amos still available.
Here's this 2 from W. Madsick.
W. Madsick. What's good, Chase? Appreciate you guys, W. Madsick. One of our super chat goats during free agency. Welcome back. And then Mac Daddy, back in the building. Where do you think we go next, Chase and Chip? Can we get some offensive linemen in the central? I bet we reach for a long snapper or some BS like that. I've lost hope. Look, I mean, you do have to give the Niners credit, right, for really wanting to become a better run defense. Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins should help you there. When they walk off the bus, physically you're going to say, wow, they are huge. Again, Ariante Ursary, I loved him. I think that he can be one of the top tackles in this class. But the Niners go defensive line, which was probably a bigger need, admittedly, than offensive tackle. Anthony Belton to the Packers here. Man, that was a player who I thought could have gone to Philadelphia. One of the biggest offensive linemen in this class. 6'6", 336. Still ran a 5.26 40-yard dash. Andrew K., I just brought up Trey Amos out of Ole Miss. You mentioned him as well. You take Ravel, Alexander, Kevin Winston, the Penn State safety. Not a bad option. Would he be too early at 64? It's a debate. But I do like Trey Amos. 4-4 corner. Can make plays on the football. DJ D'Amico, a $20 super chat. You know, that came in after the 2-minute clock, but I'm going to give you a little shambong here. I'm thirsty. Cheers. Eagles at 64. Niners' next pick is 75. And then they will also pick tonight at 100. Go Birds, Northeast Philly Fire representing. Engine 71, Ladder 28, Battalion 12, Medic 12. Dude, thank you for everything that you do. People don't give people in your line of work enough credit. And oftentimes, given how things have changed over the last few decades, a lot of firemen are volunteer firefighters who put their lives on the line during some of these fires. And people don't realize how risky sometimes that is. You go to put out a fire, that ground beneath you can be really shaky. Sometimes you're entering houses that do not have good bones or a good foundation. So shout out to DJ, Northeast Philly Fire, representing Engine 71, Ladder 28, Battalion 12, Medic 12. You're the man. We appreciate you for all of the work that you do in the community.
Yes, sir.
And with that $200 super chat from Steve Livingston, let me give you a shambong as well. I guess I did say I owe a shotgun because I said I'd do that for 100. Cheers.
Look, that 200 means that Eagles is now up about $200 over Niners. We need someone to catch up. So
yeah,
if someone sends in a 100 right now on Niners only, in the next 5 minutes.
We'll take one on Eagles too. We'll take one on Eagles
yeah,
too.
I mean, shoot, we'll take them. We'll always take them. I'll do a beer bong. So you know what? It could be either one. But Niners, we need you to catch up. Now, Eagles, if the Eagles fans want to just extend the lead, $100 super chat. Next one that comes in, I'm doing a beer bong. Got to be, I'll say we're at pick 55 on the clock right now. I'll say by the time that pick 58 is made.
Yeah.
By the time pick 58 is made. That's my cutoff for the $100 beer bong.
Okay. All right, I'm going to tweet out our long-form video on Alfred Collins, who just got selected by the Niners.
See, as we get another pick here, Chargers going Ole Miss receiver Trey Harris, 55 overall. So another weapon there for Justin Herbert. After they went Amarian Hampton, running back out of UNC in round 1. So loading up on the offense here. A few more super chats coming in. Give a shout out to those. We got Kadoka, $5. Been watching for 2 years. Chase, keep it up. Go Niners. That's a real one. Kadoka. Been watching the Niners report for 2 years.
Thank you so much, Kadoka. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. But we appreciate you. It's always cool to hear from people, too, who have been watching the show for a long time but never really comment or send in a super chat. That's fine. We just love to hear from you. So, Kadoka, thanks for supporting the show. And W. Matzik, once again, $2, driving and tuning in. Hoping for Cam Scattaboo in the 4th. I think at this point, Cam Scattaboo could fall to the 4th round. And the Niners could take him there. Now, 75 on 100. Maybe you go wide receiver with one of those. Maybe you go corner. Maybe you go offensive line. Did we have another one?
We do have another one.
Okay.
One sec. We go Nitro Eagles. $20.
Shout out to all those fighting fires in Michaud State Forest right now here in South Central PA. Hopefully I pronounced that right, but yes. Strength, good vibes, and positivity and prayers to all those firefighters there. I didn't hear about that. But hopefully they stay safe. Come back to your homes and your families, please.
Another pick is in. Ozzie Trapillo. Tackle out of Boston College, going to Chicago. So the old linemen continue to go off the board.
Yep. And again, as I've said a couple of times, big dip between Ursery and everybody else. Charles Grant is a player who I really like, though. I would kind of put him close to that Ursery category.
Still a lot of good players out there on the board as we near the end of the second round. Mike Green. I never would have predicted this. Mike Green's still available. That off-the-field stuff must be worse than I guess we thought. Team's just not wanting to do it. But Mike Green's still there. Xavier Watts. Savone Ravel. Shador Sanders. I'm seeing some people asking about Shador. He is still on the board.
Yeah, Savone is a really good player who, if he didn't tear his ACL early this past year, may have been a first-rounder. Like, people were talking about him as cornerback 1 this time last year. Shador Sanders could go into round 3. Another player who I really like, Tate Ratledge to Detroit. Man, he fits the Motor City, that is for sure. Athletic interior offensive lineman who can run. Nasty player. And at the NFL Combine, he was showing off a beautiful mullet. Here was that trade. And so the Lions moved up to take Tate Ratledge at 57. They gave up 60. So they moved up from 60 to 57. They got a 7th rounder as well. And they give up a 4th rounder at 130. Yeah, Tate Ratledge is a really big interior offensive lineman. Older player at 24 again. I don't always worry about that. I think people make too big of a deal of that. Now, when you draft a player who's 20 and you think about them getting a second contract at 25, if they steadily improve, that's intriguing to me. But you take a player at 24, you're hoping that he's great for the next 4 or 5 years, and that's when he's in his athletic prime. 6'6.5", 308 pounds, 1 sack allowed, good hands, power along with strong awareness, smart guy, showed solid athleticism on tape. The testing numbers were even better. He's definitely taller for a guard. Because of that, he can lean a little bit too much, but our draft expert, Tom Downey, had him as the number 3 guard, 50th overall player, and the Lions get him at 57. So we recap what has happened up to this point in this second round. The Browns got us started with Carson Schweichinger, first round in round 2. Linebacker out of UCLA. Very smart, instinctual player who really reads the offense well and anticipates at that second level. Jaden Higgins, excellent size, good run blocker, can go up and get it, limited drops. To the Texans there at Iowa State, plays like Nico Collins, now joins forces with Nico Collins. Nick Emanwori earned a perfect 10 out of 10 relative athletic score. He's basically going to be Mike McDonald's next Kyle Hamilton. Quinshawn Judkins to replace Nick Chubb. He's the first Ohio State running back taken over Travion Henderson to Cleveland at 36. Jonah Savanea, the guard out of Arizona to Miami. The Dolphins have been one of the softest teams in the NFL the last few years, and they go Kenneth Grant and Jonah, first 2 rounds. They're clearly trying to get more physical. They play in a warm climate, but think about where they also play. Buffalo, New England, and New York. Yet they can't play in cold weather. Judkins went earlier than Henderson, but Travion Henderson, dynamic player. Awesome college production. Goes to the Patriots at 38. Drake May getting another weapon after they went Will Campbell in round 1 for protection. Luther Burden to the Bears at 39. Another Ben Johnson pick in what has been a Ben Johnson draft. Colston Loveland at 10 over Tyler Warren. Luther Burden at 39. And now you think about the weapons for Caleb Williams. It's going to be hard for him to fail, right? Ben Johnson, 2 trades for offensive linemen. Loveland, Burden, Romadunze, DJ Moore. Tyler Shuck to the Saints at number 40. He's 25. 7th-year senior. Injury concerns. But is an old-school pocket quarterback for Kellen Moore. I don't like how he's been gun-shy, and the injuries scare me, but the arm talent is definitely there with the size. TJ Sanders, quick defensive tackle out of South Carolina to the Bills. They continue to add to that defense in the draft and free agency. The Jets draft Mason Taylor, a Zach Ertz-like tight end. At number 42, they went Armand Membou in round 1. The Niners stick with their plan of trying to fix what has been a bad run defense, and they get 2 players in Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins who walking off the bus, you're like, holy shit. after the Cowboys went Tyler Booker in round 1. I thought that was a little bit too early. They take a player in Donovan Ezaraku, who I thought could have been a first-round player. 16-plus sacks last year for Boston College. Unbelievable length. And he goes to Dallas at 44, so they go trench play first 2 rounds. They're still lacking weapons for Dak Prescott. JT Tuimalau, defensive end, Ohio State, who people loved a couple of years ago, falls to 45 here to Indy. I like what they've done. Tyler Warren Tuimalau at 14 and 45. Rams draft the tight end Terrence Ferguson out of Oregon at 46. Will Johnson, some teams flagged the knee. According to Ian Rappaport, there was no swelling in there, so the Cardinals felt confident. Top 15 player in this class if he can stay healthy. So, again, stay healthy, and the value there for Arizona is good. Walter Nolan, round 1. Will Johnson, round 2 for the Desert Birds. Ariante Ursery, Texans at number 48. They traded away Laramie Tunsil. They went Jaden Higgins. And who did they go earlier? It was Higgins, right? Because they traded out at 25 with the Giants.
Yes.
They badly needed an offensive lineman, and Ursery could be one of the top offensive tackles in this class. Demetrius Knight, linebacker, South Carolina to the Bengals. They go defense back-to-back. Shamar Stewart, round 1. Knight, round 2. Look, they had Joe Burrow, and they re-signed Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Elijah Arroyo, seam-stretching tight end, durability concerns, but some people had him as a top 20 to 25 talent. Nick Scorton, I like the player. Would have liked him for the Eagles potentially, but he goes to the Panthers at 51. Olu Aladehu, going into the pre-draft, maybe a Niners target, but the Titans get him at 52. Off-ball linebacker, converted edge. Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame corner, to the Bucs at 53. Hip injury, missed the final 10 games, but he's a really good player. Anthony Belton, massive dude, 6'5", 6'6", 330 pounds, and ran just over a 5-second 40-yard dash. Trey Harris, Ole Miss wide receiver, to the Chargers. Ozzie Trapillo, offensive tackle, Boston College, to the Bears. Tate Ratledge, talked about that, to the Lions. Jack Beck, wide receiver out of TCU, who has Jawan Jennings comparisons, to the Raiders there at 58. This is the most Ravens pick ever.
Oh, yeah.
Foundational pillars there in Baltimore. Great culture. Always a defensive-oriented organization. They have taken chances on players with character concerns. And they take a player who's a top 10 player in this class, in my opinion. I got to tweet that out. And how about the Ravens? Malachi Starks, round 1. Mike Green, round 2.
There's just no doubt about it. If he can stay out of trouble and stay on the field, he is a super, super talented football player, man. And he is going to be really good for the Ravens. Candy! $50 super chat!
Let's go. I also owe a shotgun, so we'll do that for the $200 super chat that came in earlier, and then Candy as well.
Yeah, Ravens. Having a great draft, as some people in the chat are talking about right now. No doubt. Here's Candy with the 50. Making it rain.
Thank you, Candy. Thank you for another great show. I'm keeping you on, but got to go to sleep for my next job. Hospice nurse. Work is never done. Go Niners. But I will be listening and half asleep. Candy. Another one of those people. You work a job that makes society better. Hospice nurse. Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you so much for your support of the show. Get some good sleep.
Real one. Candy.
Definitely a real one.
Got a 10 as well. Robert Smith.
Robert Smith, $10. Want to see Cam Scattaboo learn from Christian McCaffrey? Pick 100. Let's go. Yeah, I wouldn't hate pick 100 for Scattaboo. I would prefer probably round 4. But pick 100, compensatory pick, Cam Scattaboo, another weapon on offense after you go defense, first 2 rounds. That could play.
All right, if you're having a good time hanging out here with us watching the NFL draft, hit that thumbs up icon. We got to get these like numbers up, baby. 747 likes on Niners. Can we get to 800? And then 318 likes on Eagles. Can we get to 400 there? It's the NFL draft, man. Been waiting months for this, and it's finally here. So if you're enjoying it, like the stream.
Eagles coming up here soon. We're a couple picks ahead from where the NFL Network is, it looks like. Yeah. Because we had Jack Beck to the Raiders. We've already had Mike Green to the Ravens. Denver, Washington, Chicago, KC, Philadelphia to round out round 2.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good pace here. I mean, it's 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Pacific.
Third
7
round,
o'clock Mountain.
Third round's quicker, too.
Yeah, third round is quicker. I like the pace that we're on right here. You want to give me a happy dad? I definitely owe a shotgun to the folks.
Oh, sure. Might have to grab some more here soon.
This shotgun is for the $200 super chat from Steve Livingston and the 50 from Candy. Man, Mike Green of Baltimore.
Good draft for them. Good draft for them for sure.
Yeah, you just know Mike Green's going to work. Like, Baltimore's not going to let you mess around. They have taken chances on players with iffy character issues over and over again. They've prioritized defense for decades. All right, cheers. Let's go.
The 50 from Candy puts Niners up to $395. Eagles now at $572.
Hey, on Niners, I'll still extend that deal. Somebody sends in a 200, you get a jersey right away. Instead of 300, $200, we'll get you a jersey of your choice for the Niners. And you know what, on Eagles, I'll extend that deal as well. You send in a 200 on Eagles, we'll get you a jersey. Greg Smith, hey Chase, how many more good tight ends in the draft? There has been a run on tight ends. You had Colston Loveland, Tyler Warren go round 1. We saw Mason Taylor go early to the Jets. Terrence Ferguson out of Oregon. Elijah Arroyo went to Seattle. The next best tight ends, probably Gunnar Helm and Harold Phantom. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
But for the Eagles specifically at like 64, they're in need of a tight end. I think that's too early. For the Niners, you don't need to go tight end. I think a contract extension does get done with George Kittle.
It's a guy you like here, Chase, going to Denver at number 60 overall.
Oh, R.J. Harvey. Yeah. Denver went Jade Barron round 1, RJ Harvey round 2. Probably goes a little bit higher than what some people thought, but I really like RJ Harvey's game. 6-year senior, but again, with a team that's ready to win right now, that's going to be competitive, you want your running back carries to matter. And so with the competitive team, you know that RJ Harvey's carries are going to matter. You use him a shit ton here during his rookie contract, and that age doesn't matter. Dual threat back too. Creative, shifty runner who likes to bounce outside, hunts the big play, compact frame despite being a little bit undersized. He does lack some elite power, but look, I actually think he's pretty good at catching the ball out of the backfield. I do think that he has some ability there. One thing with him, great ball security. Doesn't cough the football up, and he can find the end zone. 22 touchdowns last year. Very good production running the football during his college career. He's just a really good football player.
Leonard Ramirez Jr. If I was Chipper, I'd be plugging in posts for shots for Chase Sr. Let's get Chase lit.
Hey, we just did the shotgun for the big super chats.
That's good stuff. All right, Washington on the clock at 61. Bears 62, Chiefs 63, Eagles 64. So Eagles fans, picks coming up soon.
What was that Mike Green pick?
What number?
59, right?
Yeah, yep.
Man, Mike Green of Baltimore. I'm jealous. Malachi Starks and Mike Green. I love both those players. Malachi Starks didn't have a good relative athletic score. And the Ravens were like, he's a damn good football player. Exactly. Mike Green had some character issues. The Ravens said, we have a foundation where we could take a chance on a player like that. Players come to Baltimore. They don't mess around. Let's go with the top 10 player. So you can make the argument that the Ravens have gotten 2 top 15, 20 players in this draft.
Good stuff for Baltimore.
Yeah. Again, now is the time for Baltimore and the Bills to pounce. The Chiefs are vulnerable. Take advantage.
They were way ahead of NFL Network here.
Mike Green crying. 21st overall pick, according to Daniel Jeremiah, third best pass rusher. Extremely emotional. As he gets the call from Baltimore, I think he's going to be so good. Twitchy, speed to power, effort and chase. 6'3", 251. Doesn't really have a frame to add more weight, but look, TJ Watt's 250-plus pounds. That's fine. Plays tough. Variety of moves. Excellent in the Senior Bowl. He was so good in the Senior Bowl, he didn't even play in the game. There was a rep where he bulldozed Josh Connerly, too. That went viral on social media.
All right, we have Washington's pick.
Washington's pick is in. I like the selection for the Commanders. A threat in the NFC, no doubt about it. The Commanders are taking Trey Amos, cornerback out of Ole Miss, at pick number 61. 16 pass breakups in 2024. Read and react corner who makes plays on the ball. Good size at 195 pounds. He can run 4.4 40-yard dash. Quick hips and feet. Outside corner who will get in your mug. Has pressability. Sometimes can take the bait too often. But he can read and react and make plays on the football. 16 PBUs playing in the SEC. That is no joke. With 3 picks. And again, with the quick feet, good hips, he has good recovery speed. But at that corner spot, you need those good feet and those quick hips to be able to run with some uber talented wide receivers across the NFL. Starunkin, who did the Eagles select? Nobody yet, but they're picking soon. Bears are on the clock here at 62. And the Eagles next up at 64. That's their next pick. So Bears, Chiefs, Eagles, and then we flip the page to round 3.
Couple good players going off the board, I think, a lot later than they should have. Mike Green, Trey Amos.
Yep. You can even include Will Johnson in there,
Yeah.
Benjamin Morrison. Those latter 2 players because of injury concerns. The Broncos now, interesting little squad that they have going on in Denver.
I like this from Dudley. Xavier Watts to the Eagles.
Xavier Watts, safety. Kevin Winston, safety.
You know, one of our coworkers here, Trace Moustakis, huge Notre Dame fan.
Yep.
He loves, obviously biased, but he loves Xavier Watts. Says he was far and away the best defender on Notre Dame last year, and what was a really good defense. So,
Okay.
I'd be down with that. I'd be down with that. Just looking where the board's falling.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're a little bit ahead of the NFL Network here. NFL Network announcing Trey Amos to Washington. We have the Bears on the clock there at 62.
Bryce asking if we need a mod. Been here a few years, just not chatting. Active a time man, the Buckeye. I can mod. Bryce, you know what? If you want to ban the bots over on Niners, don't have a mod yet over there, I got you.
Yeah, make him the mod.
Just ban those bots, Bryce.
I'm active a time and the Buckeye. I love that, man.
Yeah.
Roy's Place and Bro Chase, we need a corner, don't we? Yes, Niners need a corner. Niners need a corner, no doubt.
All right, Bears pick is in.
Chicago Bears pick is in. Who's it going to be?
Shamar Turner.
Shamar Turner to Chicago. Another Texas A&M defender along the defensive line getting taken. That joins Shamar Stewart, Nick Scorton, and now Shamar Turner. Smaller defensive tackle at 6'3", 290. Bears were going heavy offense to start with Luther Burden, Colston Loveland, getting a couple of weapons for Caleb Williams. Now they go defense here. Shamar Turner, fantastic pass rush ability in 2023, but then regressed a little bit at defensive tackle last year. Does offer good run-stopping ability due to a high motor, solid power. Too many missed tackles and penalties for him. The Bears also had gone offensive tackle with Ozzie Trapillo at a Boston college. So offense, 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 defense for Chicago here in their first 4 picks.
I mean, that 4 selections in the top 62.
Yeah.
All right, so with the Chiefs on the clock, Eagles in the hole, on deck, I guess. Let's see, top guys available. Let's take a look. So yeah, Xavier Watts, top guy available according to draft expert Tom Downey's big board. We got Savon Revel. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders is still sitting there. Caleb Johnson, very good running back. So I think I'd like Watts there. Maybe Ravel.
Yeah. I don't know, because John Campbell has the shoulder injury concerns.
Yeah.
Might be too risky, but if there's a team that's willing to take a chance on a first-round talent, it's the Eagles.
I mean, Marcus Bowe is still there if you just want to go offensive line at this point.
Yeah, you could use some offensive line depth.
Azarie Thomas, Florida State corner.
Yeah, 4-5 guy, but good player. Maybe just ran slow. You got to factor that in.
Kevin Winston as well, guys. You've talked about a lot. Penn State guy, keep him local.
Yep.
Could they get a little frisky and go Harold Fannin and seal Dallas Goedert's fate? They could get interesting. My guy Andrew Makuba, former Clemson safety. I think it'd be a bit rich here for him.
Yeah, I think he's more of a round 3, round 4 guy. Now, I'm looking back at some of the content that we've done on the Niners report. We had our mock draft reaction from the 3-round 2025 mock draft. That was the one from Mel Kiper and Field Yates. Field Yates had Alfred Collins going to the Niners in the 3rd round. That was with the 75th pick. Niners take him here at 43 overall. So he went a little bit earlier than some people thought, but look, I am a fan of kind of like what Howie Roseman's done. Pick players from big-time schools who play against the best competition, right? And so the Niners have gone Georgia, Texas. The Eagles have just littered their roster with Georgia and Alabama players. It's worked. They're the best players going up against the other best players playing in the biggest games. And you know what? I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. When I was like in college or maybe early in my broadcasting career, I was talking about this, right? Like, why don't teams take players from big-time schools more often? Level of competition, they're not surprised by much. Even in practice, of course, in games as well, they're going up against really good prospects. But there's something to be said, too, for players who go to an Alabama, go to a Georgia, where there's always pressure. And you're in these communities that aren't quite like a pressure cooker town like Philadelphia, New York, Boston. The Niners are a little bit like that because San Francisco fans are very intense. So they go from those towns where football means everything, and then they're not that phased at the NFL level. Whereas if you go from, let's talk about Jalen Reagor, TCU, Fort Worth, luscious campus, green grass everywhere, great-looking females. And then you go from Fort Worth to Philadelphia, you're like, holy shit, not only did I get overdrafted, I don't know what this place is like. When they're expecting you to be an impact player right from the jump, and then those players just crater mentally. You get these players who go to Georgia, Alabama, Texas, these big schools. Austin, Texas is a massive city these days. They're just not that phased by anything at that next level. And those programs are also pro-ready. to a certain degree as well. All right, the Chiefs pick is in, and then the Eagles will pick at 64.
Who's it going to be? Ooh. Dante Hall.
Dante Hall, one of the best special teamers ever. Omar Norman Lott. That's a good pick for Kansas City. A little bit undersized, but has some upfield burst, good effort in chase. Almost 6'2", 291 pounds. Sometimes when you would watch James Pierce at Tennessee, you'd be like, who's number 55? He's making plays. It's Omar Norman Lott.
You know what's funny? I think Tyler Jones said that for this to be the pick earlier. I don't know I forget if it was him or another defensive tackle, but he was like, get someone to pair up alongside Chris Jones. He needs some help. And it might have been Omar Norman Lott. It might have been another defensive tackle, but I like this pick. The Chiefs saw the Eagles destroy them on the defensive line. They said, you know what, we need some more of that.
Yep. Yeah, Omar Norman Lott has some burst.
Wow, the Eagles pick flew in.
At defensive tackle. The Eagles must have known who they're taking.
Yeah, oh my God.
Because the Chiefs picked and the Eagles pick was in, I'm not even kidding, 20 seconds later. So the next 4 picks here. Eagles at 64, final pick in the second. Giants, that'll flip the page to round 3. Kansas City, Cleveland. And then after that, Raiders, Patriots, Jags, Saints, Buffalo, Jets, Denver, Niners, Dallas, New England, Arizona.
All right, who should the Eagles draft? Their pick is in, but we don't know the pick quite yet. So, Eagles fans, 680 people watching live, hit that thumbs up button, like the video if you're excited for this pick, and let us know who you want them to take. Top guys, Xavier Watts, Savon Ravel, Shador Sanders, Caleb Johnson. Not going to take Shador Sanders, obviously. Oh!
Andrew Mykel,
my guy!
Former Clemson Tiger.
They love it.
Texas guy goes to the Eagles at 64. They get a safety who's very cerebral.
Wow. I like Makuba because I'm biased because he went to Clemson, but over Watts?
Yeah.
Wow. And they flew this pick in.
Wow. Andrew Mykel to the Philadelphia Eagles there. If you're watching us here on Eagles Now, we've had an uptick in audience. We have this pick well before the NFL Network or ESPN has it. I am going to do a deep dive analysis video on Mykel here in just a moment that you won't find anywhere else. So be sure to stay tuned for that. Mykel to the Eagles. I had kind of a third round grade on him, maybe a fourth. Eagles clearly really liked him. He's a freshman All-American at Clemson. ACC Defensive Rookie of the Year. That's where Chip went to school. And Chip was there back in 2021, right?
Yep.
Third-team All-ACC. Smart dude, enrolled in January of 2021. Some injury concerns. Missed 2 games in 2022 because of an elbow and a knee. 2023, missed 2 more games because of injury. And then in 2024, third-team All-SEC player, led the team in picks. At the Combine, measured in at 5'11", 186, 4.45, 40-yard dash. Shot out of a cannon when going downhill on runs. Good feel for the run game. Good leverage, calm feet. Drops his pads to tackle low and hard and take out the feet of a ball carrier. He's very calculated with how he tackles guys. Good route recognition, tracks the eyes of the quarterback, good closing burst. Confident as a ball hawker. That showed up on tape as a senior. 50 career games played, made plays on kickoff return and punt coverages in 2024, so he can play special teams. A little bit undersized at 5'11", 186. Has the body type of a corner, shorter arms. Grade 1 MCL sprain in his left knee in October of 2024 that sidelined him for a game. Dislocated his elbow as a sophomore, sprained MCL in 2022. But ball skills, excellent angles, a little bit of an inconsistent tackler. While sometimes he is calculated with how he tackles, can make some plays against the run, can read and diagnose there. Grade the pick on Eagles now of Andrew Mykel to the Philadelphia Eagles there at 64. 5 picks, tied for 4th in FBS in 2024. .4 defense grade in 2024. That was second among power safeties. 212 tackles in his career. 6 INTs, 23 pass breakups. I think I had him going to the Eagles in one of my mocks as well. Yeah, 90 overall grade. Coverage grade of 89.7. All right, let's talk Andrew Mykel to the Philadelphia Eagles here, and the 3rd round is officially underway with the Giants on the clock at number 65. Eagles miss out on Malachi Starks in the 1st round, but they go Mykel in round 2 with the final pick. All right, here we go. Our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues here on Philadelphia Eagles Now by Chat Sports. Chase Sr. here with you, and Philadelphia adding to their secondary with the final pick in the 2nd round with a player who I had mocked to the Eagles in one of my mocks in the pre-draft process, and a player I've seen you all in the comment section, all of the real ones out there who Eagles fans really like. Philadelphia is selecting Andrew Mykel, the safety out of Texas, who started his college career at Clemson and then transferred to Texas. And I'm very fascinated by this pick. And this was a position of need for the Eagles. They missed out on Malachi Starks in the 1st round as he went to the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens, by the way, how about what they've done so far in this draft? Malachi Starks in round 1. Then they get Mike Green, edge rusher out of Marshall, in round 2. Excellent value with both of those players. And I think that they get 2 top 15, top 20 players in this draft class. But Howie Roseman has never taken a safety in the first 50 picks in his career as a general manager. 2nd and 3rd round is where he's targeted a lot of safeties. And Mykel is a very interesting player for a variety of reasons. This past year, he had a Pro Football Focus grade of 90. That was top 5 among all DBs in college football. He also has a long track record of making plays on the football, 28 pass breakups in 50 games and 43 starts in his college career. Mykel fits what the Eagles are looking for on that back end. He might be a little bit undersized, but you can get away with that in this spacing out, offensive-laden, pass-happy era of football. And his lack of size, he makes up for it with the high football IQ. He reacts very quickly in coverage. He has a very good feel for what's happening. Even though he has that cornerback size at 5'11", 186 pounds, he can really run 4.45 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine. The closing speed really does show up on tape. He seemed more comfortable at Texas playing deep rather than playing in that box safety role. And so the Eagles are looking to replace C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who, when he came to Philadelphia originally in 2022, was a slot nickel corner who played a lot in the box. And then the Eagles converted him to safety, but they used him in that versatile role where he played in the slot, around the line, and deep safety. Mykel is a player who doesn't really like to play in the box a lot. He's more of that read and react safety who can read, diagnose, make plays on the football, come through with interceptions and pass breakups as that deep center field type of safety who plays on that third level, who really thrives against the pass. Now, he can make plays against the run because the football IQ and the character is certainly there, and he sniffs out some plays. But I like this pick for Philadelphia. You have a need at safety. He makes plays on the football. I like his pairing alongside Reed Blankenship because of both of their abilities to make game-changing plays which can alter the outcome of games and come through with clutch plays. How many times has Reed Blankenship, from that safety spot, had a monster pick to seal a game or made a clutch interception? Andrew Mykel is a very similar player who has that similar style. So now Philadelphia has two ball-hawking safeties on that back end for Vic Fangio. Plenty more to get to here on the show, but I do want you to grade the pick down in the comments section. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know. Some people think this is a reach. I had a third or fourth round grade on Mykel, but you can see why the Eagles like him, right? Smart, intelligent, he can run. He can shoot out of a cannon when driving downhill on run fits. He has a really good feel for kind of the run game geometry with really good pursuit angles to make plays there from that third level. So while you don't want to really use him around the box, he comes from that safety spot to make plays upfield, and he can really read and react very well. Drops his pads to tackle low, to take the feet out of ball carriers. Again, that helps him with the lack of size at under 190 pounds. He plays with really good route recognition to read the eyes of the quarterback, read what receivers are doing, read the offensive and passing concepts to anticipate on receiver breaks. And that was proven by what he did with his pass breakup numbers year by year. 7 pass breakups to start as a freshman at Clemson. Year 2 at Clemson, 4 pass breakups. Year 3 at Clemson, 6. And then how about this? Texas was running a NFL-style defense. He had 11 pass breakups with Texas this past year at the safety spot. He's not playing corner. And he had 5 interceptions as well. A concern I do have, the lack of size, missing time. He was a freshman All-American at Clemson, ACC Defensive Rookie of the Year. And he played 13 games with 10 starts. That's pretty impressive for Dabo Swinney. But then he missed 2 games in 2022, elbow knee. Missed 2 games in 2023. And then he ended up playing 15 games with 12 starts at Texas this past year and making it to the college football playoff as the Longhorns made a deep run. Here's what the Athletics' Dane Brugler had to say about Mykel his lack of size will be more noticeable against NFL competition, both in coverage and run support, but he brings energy, instincts, and play speed to the secondary. He has the mentality and talent to compete for a starting role at free safety. And for that reason, I think that he has an opportunity to start right away as a rookie. We're talking about a player that in college played in 50 games and started 43. And this is pretty wild, too. Philadelphians are really going to like this, given the blue-collar nature, bring your lunch pail to work type of mentality of the city. He said he left Clemson. Sorry, Chip, who went to Clemson, because he wasn't being pushed enough. His former defensive coordinator, Brent Venables, said he's easy to coach and cold-blooded on the field. He's a self-starter and really ambitious. Here's another thing with him as well. While he's very experienced playing as a safety in college, he can contribute on special teams right away. Made plays on kickoff return and punt coverages in 2024. So it looks as though it's going to be a competition between him and Sidney Brown to get that starting spot. I would not rule out maybe signing Justin Simmons to a veteran, short-term, cheap contract. More to get to here on this selection of Makuba on Eagles Now, but first let's get to our sponsor, our friends at Prize Picks, the best daily fantasy sports app in the DFS industry. That's why millions of people use the app, and that's why Prize Picks has handed out billions of dollars in awarded winnings. They also have great deals. Right now, you can win up to 2,000 times your money, and you get $50 instantly when you play 5. You don't even need to win to receive that $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Here's how it goes. You choose more or less on 2+ players and their stat projections for a game or a season, and you can win some big-time money. Run your game with Prize Picks. It's daily fantasy sports made easy. You can withdraw your winnings all within the app. And here's how it operates. For instance, we're in the midst of the draft here. So let's take a look at some rookie projections as part of our lineup. Cam Ward, less on the passing yards of just under 3,200. Ashton, Jeanty, I think the Raiders are going to run him into the ground during that rookie contract, and they think that they can win right now. So more than 1,124.5 rushing yards. And then Travis Hunter, more than 699.5 receiving yards. He's playing alongside Brian Thomas, and hopefully Liam Cohen can bring the best out of Trevor Lawrence. So it's daily fantasy sports made easy. Pick 2 or more players, choose more or less on their projected stats. Run your game with Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. Pick Prize Picks. Head to prizepicks.com/CLNS. You know, as far as the concerns with Makuba, it's the lack of size. He's a little bit undersized. He has that body type of a corner. He has shorter arms, small hands. That can affect his tackling ability, potentially, at the next level. The lack of mass is something that could impact him making physical plays. But I will say, when C.J. Gardner-Johnson was coming out of Florida, he was kind of that tweener as well. He was a little bit smaller, but he did play a lot bigger than his size. And I want to look at C.J. Gardner-Johnson's playing weight right now because we've seen him lay some hits. He's 5'11", 210. That's what they list him as. At the NFL Combine, Makuba was 186. At his pro day, he was 194. The frame won't allow him to add that much more weight, but I imagine Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has gotten bigger over time. And while he can lay big hits, and we've seen it as an Eagle, we've seen it as a Saint, we saw it in his lone season as a Lion, he also has been injured a lot because of that lack of size. And so, yeah, that's definitely a real concern with Makuba. Sometimes he will struggle in 50-50 scenarios, because some of these big wide receivers will be able to muscle him and rip the ball away from him because of the shorter arms, the smaller hands, and again, that lack of desired size. But he will bring energy. He will bring instincts to Philadelphia. He will bring play speed. We're talking about a 4-4 safety here who's a ball-hawking, instinctual player who plays with a lot of feel. And the good thing is, under Vic Fangio, if you want to be pushed, you want that hard coaching, which is why he left Clemson, Vic Fangio is going to give you that. That is for sure. And he has the talent on top of those diagnosing skills and the ball skills to compete for a starting role at that safety position. So is it a little bit of a reach at 64? Yeah, maybe. But there was a run on tight ends in round 2. All of them really went off the board outside of Gunnar Helm and Harold Fannin, who just went early round 3 to the Cleveland Browns. So you couldn't go tight end. Mason Taylor, I think, went 43 early. Or no, somewhere in the early 40s to the New York Jets. I think that was at 42. And so the Eagles couldn't go tight end. They would have reached, I think, for a Harold Fannin. I don't think that he was worthy of a second-round pick, even in early third. And outside of that, the Eagles don't have a lot of needs. But safety is one of those needs. He fits the building. He fits the culture. And I think Vic Fangio will really be a fan of a player like Andrew Mykel. Most importantly, it got producer Chip's stamp of approval. And producer Chip knows ball. He watched and scouted Mykel while he was at Clemson. So who should the Eagles draft next? As you saw, back on the clock at 96 in this third round. As always, join the conversation down in the comments section. We always appreciate you for watching the show. Let me tweet some stuff out here on Andrew Mykel.
Right now, 46% B in our poll question for grading the pick. I think that's fair. I think B is fair. But even then, like 32% A to 17% C. So
Yep.
A lot of Eagles fans liking this pick, even though in the chat, I think I kind of saw a lot of people not loving it. But I like it. I like him. He can make plays. He really can.
Yep.
This isn't another Kayvon Wallace.
Oh, my gosh. How about Jaquan Jarrett at a Temple way back in the day? He stunk.
Yeah, he is small, Steve. He is small. But, like, Reed Blankenship's not afraid to come up and hit somebody from time to time. And, like, now you got two guys that can really make plays. And plus, like, Sidney Brown can be that physical, hit you in the mouth kind of guy. But even though Mykel is small, like, he can still make big hits. Just not consistently. But you want to talk about a coverage safety in this era of the NFL. I like it. Did not think he was going to go here, though. But I like it. All right. Let's see. Let's look at the players that have gone in the time that we were talking about Mykel. As we got let's see here. So in the lead up to Mykel, as we have the Saints on the clock at 71, so bunch of picks that came in there. We had Trey Amos go to the Commanders. Shamar Turner go to the Bears. Omar Norman Lott, like that pick a lot for the Chiefs. Then Makuba, we just broke down, going to the Eagles. Darius Alexander going to the Giants. And I think our Giants host predicted this.
Okay.
He's 3 for 3.
Yeah, with well, we knew Abdul Carter was going.
Yeah, that was obvious.
The trade up for Jackson Dart was pretty elite for that channel and for that prediction. And then Darius Alexander, that's a good one. Athletic defensive tackle. Yeah, recap those picks there, Chip. I'm sending out a tweet right now on Makuba.
Yeah, and then the Chiefs back up again. I believe they traded up. Unless they previously made a trade for this pick. Now, look at that. They previously made a trade for this pick. So they were up at 66 after being up at 63. They go Ashton Gelote, edge out of Louisville. Hadn't seen his name too much in the pre-draft process, but they get another edge rusher. They have to go in defensive tackle just a couple picks before. So revamping that defensive line. And the Browns, Harold Fannin Jr. with David Njoku on roster already. So that's interesting. But continue to add to that offense. They went Mason Graham. Then they went, let's see. They've gone Mason Graham, Carson Schweisinger. So defensive first 2 picks. And then offensively, they added Quinshawn Judkins and now Harold Fannin Jr. So I like these picks the Browns have made so far.
They're bringing in some really interesting players, that's for sure.
Yeah. Then we got the Raiders going Darian Porter, cornerback out of Iowa State. They certainly need corner help, so like that selection there for the Raiders. And then Kyle Williams, Washington State wide receiver, going to New England. So continuing to get some more help for Drake May. So the Patriots now obviously went Will Campbell in round 1. They went Travion Henderson round 2, and now Kyle Williams in round 3.
Yep.
So revamping that offense. Then the Lions taking a player right in front of the Saints, who I know our Saints host, Trizzy Trace. A lot of you know Trizzy Trace. Really wanted this player, of course, being an Arkansas guy. Isaac Tesla, receiver out of Arkansas, going there to Detroit. So he'll be paired up with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, who just had his 5th-year option picked up. Now Isaac Tesla, the receiver out of Arkansas. And then the Saints go Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle out of Texas. So the second defensive tackle out of Texas today. Selected here in rounds 2 and 3. Leaves the Bills on the clock at 72. And look, Xavier Watt's still on the board. Savon Ravel still on the board. Shador Sanders still on the board. I'm kind of surprised Caleb Johnson hasn't been picked up yet. I think he's a very talented running back out of Iowa. He was very productive for a team that everyone knows is not throwing the ball. So still some good players. Alec Iomanor, who could fall to the Niners, who are going to be up pretty soon. They're 75, right?
Yeah. So we have New Orleans at 71. We have Buffalo, the Jets, Denver, and San Francisco after that.
So, I mean, we already got to start looking now here at guys the Niners could take. Like, they obviously went Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins. I'd like Marcus Bow here.
Marcus Bow? All right. Let me record a YouTube short here for Makuba. I'll use the bathroom, then we'll be back for that Niners pick at 75. Marcus Bow could be interesting for San Francisco. Good player along the interior. All right, let me record this short as the Eagles take a very interesting player in Andrew Makuba at 64. We're live on Philadelphia Eagles now for night 2 of the NFL Draft. Should join us here on YouTube. But here's my instant reaction of a very interesting pick for the Philadelphia Eagles with the final pick in the second round at 64 as the Eagles are taking Texas safety Andrew Makuba. And some of my scouting notes on him, He is a ball-hawking deep safety who really plays well from that third level, whose ability to make plays on the football is really impressive. He had a 90 overall Pro Football Focus grade in 2024 with 11 pass breakups and 5 picks. He can run really well, clocking a 4.45 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine. He's a high-character player who can read and diagnose plays in the pass game, but takes good angles in making plays against the run. The concern with him is a lack of size. He looks like a corner, 5'11", 186, but he'll have a chance to start right away. And the ball-hawking nature of his game, interesting alongside Reed Blankenship. All right, let me use the bathroom here, and then I'll be back, and we'll get to the Niners pick at 75. Stay tuned. Why would you go anywhere else? Best draft coverage here on YouTube. Let's go.
All right, so the Bills pick came in during that time. They go Landon Jackson, the edge out of Arkansas. I like what the Bills have done so far here. That's a good pick for them, going Landon Jackson, adding to the defensive line after they took T.J. Sanders earlier in the second round at number 41, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina. And they went Maxwell Harrison, the cornerback out of Kentucky, so really bolstering that defense. Really bolstering that defense over there in Buffalo. So Jets on the clock now at 73. It'll be Broncos at 74, Niners at 75. So we can take a look again at who is available as the Niners pick gets closer and closer. So I think you got to go offensive line here, honestly. Now, Xavier Watts, a very talented safety, still on the board. I don't think they go that route. Savon Ravel, certainly could be an option, but with his injury concerns, I think the Niners would stay away from that. Obviously, they're not going to take Shedeur Sanders. Always got to think about a team possibly trading up, though. But at this point, I don't think anyone's trading up for him anymore. Kind of too late for all that. Caleb Johnson, a very talented running back. We know the Niners love to go running back in the third round, so I wouldn't mind Caleb Johnson. I think he should have gone in the second round, honestly. Very, very talented running back. A lot of production at Iowa. Princely Umamilan, edge out of Ole Miss. Alec Iomanner, a player that Chase talked about a lot on the show the past few weeks. With the Brandon Ayuk injury concern, certainly could add to that receiver room. He's a good player. Matched up against Travis Hunter and got the best of him at Stanford. I'd probably go Marcus Bowe here, the guard out of Purdue. Someone who, can come in and you add another young piece to that offensive line on the interior. I think he's got to be the pick. You have to go offensive line. Looking at all the offensive linemen here, right? I don't think any of these tackles are in play right now. Cameron Williams, Logan Brown, Charles Grant, Jalen Travis. I'd like Charles Grant maybe at 100 at the back end of the third. I think 75, a little bit too early for me. I think there's more talented players. I mentioned Marcus Bowe. I don't really like any of these other guards here. Wyatt Milam, Miles Frazier, Dylan Fairchild. I think it's too early for all those guys. Same with these centers in Jared Wilson, Drew Kendall, Seth McLaughlin, who I do like Seth McLaughlin. So, look, I think it's got to be Marcus Bowe. Now, Jalen Noel is still here. If you want to go receiver, I would like that pick. Kevin Winston, I would like the pick, value-wise, but I don't think you need to go safety. Antoine Powell-Ryland, good edge out of Virginia Tech. Jalen Royals, receiver out of Utah State. Jacob Parrish could also be an intriguing option here at corner. Another guy that Chase has talked about a lot that he likes quite a bit. Corner out of Kansas State, if you want to go that route. Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. Again, if they want to continue this trend of going running back, they certainly could. But I think O-line makes the most sense, and I think Marcus Bowe makes the most sense at this point in time. So we had the Bills pick at 72 of Landon Jackson. The Jets on the clock at 73. And they make a selection I like here. Another play that I think could have gone a little bit earlier. Corner out of Florida State. Azaria Thomas. So you have Sauce Gardner. They held on to DJ Reed, right? No, he was the Lions. Lions. So
yeah.
DJ Reed replacement here. Good player. Obviously a horrible year for Florida State, but he's a good player. I like that, pairing him up with Sauce Gardner. So Denver on the clock at 74, and then the Niners up at 75. Scattaboo. People are calling for Scattaboo.
Too early for Scattaboo.
Yeah. If you really want to go running back, I would just go Caleb Johnson, but I think you got to go Marcus Bow.
All right, let's see here.
All right, Broncos pick is in. And they go Pat Bryant, wide receiver out of Illinois. So another receiver, but it's not Jalen Noel. It's not Alec Ayumanor. It is Pat Bryant. Niners on the clock.
Niners on the clock. Here we go.
All right, Niners fans. Give me a name. Let's go. Who you want the Niners to take right here at 75? What do we got? Jared Wilson, the center. Xavier Watts, Jordan Birch, Jalen Noel. Timothy says Shador Sanders. Joe Mama. Anyone but a kicker, please. That'd be hilarious. Kyle Williams is off the board, Wet Noodle. He just got picked by the Patriots. I'm seeing Scattaboo. Kyle McCord. Could you imagine they go Kyle McCord over Shador Sanders?
How about that?
I'm seeing a lot of Jalen Noel.
Jalen Noel?
Jalen Noel, yeah. Miles Frazier. Any good offensive lineman. That's why I think they should take Marcus Bow.
Seriously, Marcus Bow would make some sense here. Unless the Niners just decide to go defense again, which I won't hate. But at some point, you need to bulk up the offensive line, right?
Shador YOLO. Kyle taking his running back here. Maybe.
All right. 1,100 people watching live on the San Francisco 49ers Report. Chip's talking a little bit because obviously I had to push out some social media videos here. So thanks for bearing with me. Alfred Collins to the Niners at 43. Niners next up at 75. And then they have another pick tonight at 100. And so the Niners have gone with two massive athletes in the first two rounds. Mykel Williams at 11. Alfred Collins at 43. Two very good run-stuffing defenders. Remaining needs, you still have another one at defensive tackle and edge rusher. Offensive lineman, linebacker, cornerback. The other needs for San Francisco here. And the pick is in for the Niners. And let's see what this pick is. Don't forget to hit that sub button. We're 160 people away from 1,000 likes. Come on now. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video right now as Julian Peterson makes another pick for SAN-FRAN-CISCO. With the 75th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Niners take Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma State. He runs like Dre Greenlaw. He's very fast. He did miss 7 games in 2024 because of a knee injury, but he had 140 tackles in 2023, which was 7th in FBS. You can use him as a blitzer from time to time. Even though he missed 7 games, he still had 7.5 TFLs. He can read and react very well. And so Nick Bosa, Alfred Collins, Mykel Williams, Fred Warner, Nick Martin, Diamador Lenore, Renardo Green, and Malik Mustafa helping to rebuild this Niners defense as San Francisco has gone defense, defense, defense in the first 3 rounds. For those of you watching on the 49ers Report, I'm about to do a deep dive video on Nick Martin. $16 TFLs in 2023. Stay tuned for that. I'm excited to talk about this player here. Wow, quick pick for the Cowboys. Siobhan Revel going to the Cowboys. Again, he's tall, long, recovery speed. If he didn't tear his ACL this year, could have been a first-round pick. Just sending out this tweet here. As the Niners go defense for the 3rd straight round, and they have another pick at 100. I'm curious to see if they try to trade up. That's a compensatory pick there at 100 overall. Let me post this on my IG. I think Niner fans going to have a fun time watching Nick Martin. See where Dane Brugler had him going. Dane Brugler had him as a 5th-round player. 5'11", 221, so he's a little bit smaller. Definitely a little bit shorter. Aggressive striker. Good tackle production. Might struggle to kind of get through traffic and blockers. But is that type of will linebacker for San Francisco. Can help on special teams right away. His 83 tackles in 2023 was number 2 in FBS. Good personality. Ollie Gordon, a running back who I like from that program, called him the most caring guy ever. I wonder at that size, let's see if he had a defensive back background. High school teammate of Landon Jackson, who just went a few picks ago. And yeah, even in high school, he was playing both ways as a running back and linebacker. 3-star recruit coming out of high school. Number 85 player in Texas. Got his first scholarship from UTSA in 2019. And then offers from Arkansas, Kansas, SMU followed. Final choices between Kansas State, Oklahoma State, and Texas Tech. And then he committed, to play under Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State. All right, so let's talk about it here. Great the pick of Nick Martin to the Niners at 75. Maybe a little bit of a reach, but let's talk through it and sift through it right here on the show with 1,200 people watching live. This is why you rock with us here on the Niners Report by Chat Sports. And in case you missed it, we can also talk Alfred Collins here on the back end as well. We're $395 of Super Chats in on the Niners Report. $5 away from $400. Who's going to get us there? And I'll make another deal. $50, I'll do a beer bong or a shotgun after we record this segment on Nick Martin. Who's going to get us over the top? If you send in $200 right now instead of $300, you get an automatic Niners jersey of your choice. 113 likes away from 1,000. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video, and let's talk about Nick Martin here on the show. Our coverage of the 2025 NFL. Start over. Here we go. Our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues. You're watching the San Francisco 49ers Report by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr., and no matter where you are or how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making tonight's show a part of your evening. And this theme for San Francisco continues. In the first round, Mykel Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia at 11 overall. In the second round, the 49ers go defensive tackle Alfred Collins out of Texas with the 43rd overall pick. And in the third round, they go defense once again with Nick Martin, a highly productive linebacker out of Oklahoma State with the 75th overall pick. So far for the Niners, they have gone defense, defense, defense. Jed York tweeted out last night following the first round that Robert Saleh is back. It's a new era of Niners football, and clearly Robert Saleh's fingerprints are on this draft class, and San Francisco firmly believed after having a very down defensive season in 2024, they needed to get better on that side of the ball. Some people might think this is a little bit of a reach. I had Nick Martin going in the 4th round, maybe in the 5th round. He goes to the Niners here with the 75th overall pick here in the 2025 draft. But his playing style, his tenacity, his aggressiveness is going to remind a lot of Niner fans of Dre Greenlaw. Now, as far as the body type goes, Mykel Williams is a mountain of a man. 6'5", nearly 270 pounds. He's really physical. He plays with a lot of brute force. Alfred Collins is 6'5", 330 pounds. When they walk off the bus, you're going to say, holy shit, the Niners are trying to change the identity of their defense. They're doing that. These dudes are huge. Nick Martin is a little bit of a smaller linebacker at 5'11", 221 pounds, so he's not going to be as physically imposing as a Mykel Williams or an Alfred Collins, but you really will become a fan of his playing style. High character guy, loves playing ball, 2-time team captain who plays well above his weight class with hitting power. His recovery is good. On display, maybe a little bit too much. Sometimes his run game instincts can be lacking. He can watch the quarterback too much in coverage, but he plays the game with reckless abandon. Like his hair is on fire. And his tackling production really speaks for itself. He had his best college season in 2023 when he played all 14 games for Oklahoma State. He had 16 TFL. So that there is the ability to make plays against the run. and kind of sniff some plays out, shoot the gap with that speed. He had 6 sacks as well, and at Oklahoma State, they used him occasionally as a blitzer. He was a first-team All-Big 12 player in 2023, led the Big 12 in tackles, led the team in sacks, in TFLs, and was the team captain, as I mentioned. He is coming off a right knee injury in 2024, so that limited his games played to only 5, but within those 5 games, 47 tackles, 7.5 TFLs. And so you look at the numbers here in 2024, and that's why the numbers are a little bit down, but keep in mind, he only played those 5 games. At the NFL Combine, 5'11", 221 pounds. Smaller hands at 9 1/4 inches. His wingspan, definitely a little bit smaller at 31 3/4. The running speed, pretty damn good at 4.53. You know what's pretty impressive for a guy who weighs 221 pounds? He put up 26 reps of the bench press at 225 pounds. So he benched more than his body weight 26 times. That is some really impressive strength right there. Here's what the Athletics' Dane Brugler said in his scouting write-up on Nick Martin. He doesn't have the size that most teams desire at the position, but his urgent athleticism will give him a chance to earn a role as a will linebacker. He should find regular work as a core special teamer and be the first man off the bench on defense. And so maybe a rotational player from the jump. You have Fred Warner. You have D. Winters. Outside of that, you're hoping that D. Winters can take a step. Jalen Graham can take a leap. Maybe Tatum Bethune, who you took in the 7th round last year out of Florida State. I kind of like his instinctual feel. But Nick Martin can be a reserve from the get-go, and then he can contribute on special teams. You take a look at that Niners linebacker depth chart. This is a huge need for San Francisco. Now, unfortunately, in the first 3 picks, they haven't gone offensive line. I don't hate it because of all of the needs that they have had on defense. Defensive end, defensive tackle, and linebacker. They need to go corner at some point soon, and they're going to need to go offensive line. The good thing is you can find pretty solid offensive linemen in the mid to late rounds. As far as linebackers on this team, D. Winters, Fred Warner at Mike and Will, Jalen Graham, Tatum Bethune as some of those weak side backers as reserves. Luke Gifford, the Niners, signed in free agency. He's been a really good special teamer. And then Curtis Robinson was having a really good training camp. And then in practice, he injured his knee. The Niners decided to bring him back. So players who have something to prove, no doubt, at that linebacker spot. And Nick Martin is going to have an opportunity, I think, to get snaps, at least on special teams, potentially on defense, right from the jump as a rook. So grade this pick of Nick Martin. Do yourselves a favor. Watch some of his highlights. You'll see the tackle production. You'll see the speed in which he plays with, the tenacity and the aggressiveness. And you'll say, yeah, he plays a little bit like Dre Greenlaw. NFL Network said the same thing. So grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know down in the comment section here. Plenty more to get to because I have some more thoughts on this pick. So stay tuned for that. But this selection for the Niners, sponsored by our friends at Prize Picks. They have millions of users on the best daily fantasy sports app in North America. It's why Prize Picks is the largest independently run daily fantasy sports app in North America. And they've given away billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Here's how it works. You pick 2 or more players. You choose more or less on the projected stats, and you can win up to 2,000 times your money when you go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. You use our code CLNS, and you play $5. You get $50 instantly. You don't even need to win to receive that $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Obviously, the draft is rolling on, so we have some projections for rookies. Cam Ward, less than 3,199.5 passing yards. Ashton Jeanty, more on the rushing yards. And then Travis Hunter, more on the receiving yards. All he has to do alongside Brian Thomas is get more than 700 receiving yards. So choose more or less. Pick more, pick less. Run your game with Prize Picks. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. as far as Nick Martin goes here, does have that above average athleticism, so he's going to be able to impact football games. He can get shot out of a cannon. He chases down runners in the open field. Due to that lack of size, he might struggle to fight through blockers, so that's something that he might struggle with a little bit. He does have some twitch, though. Just sidestep from some of those blockers inside that tackle box when there's a lot of traffic and there are a lot of bodies there. As a redshirt freshman, he had 11 special teams tackles. Said to have a really good personality, too. Ollie Gordon, who's a physical running back from Oklahoma State, said about Nick Martin, he's the most caring guy ever. And some of his production was among the top production from the linebacker spot all across the country, especially in 2023. The 140 tackles, I believe that was top 5 in FBS. And then the 16 TFLs, I believe that was top 5 or top 10 in FBS at that linebacker spot. So this is a type of linebacker mold that the Niners like. They historically have taken a lot of linebackers with a defensive back background. Now in high school, Nick Martin was a running back and a linebacker. He didn't have that defensive back background. But the athleticism and that size has allowed the Niners to turn these smaller linebackers into really good players because they're just firing on all cylinders. So you think about the picks who the Niners have made so far. Mykel Williams, huge in stature, really good against the run and setting the edge. He's going to have to work on refining his pass rush moves and have more of an answer outside of just relying on his strength and winning with the bull rush. But he can stop the run, and he gives the Niners a physical presence on defense. So too does Alfred Collins, who's an excellent run stuffer at 6'5", 330. Mykel Williams has been pretty durable, although he was dealing with an ankle injury. Alfred Collins, extremely durable throughout his career. Nick Martin missed some games last year due to a knee injury, but then he goes out at the NFL Combine and does the workouts and passes it with flying colors and runs a 4.5 40-yard dash, and sometimes that play speed looks faster, which is why that shot out of a cannon reference is what I used earlier to describe his game. So defense, defense, defense here for the Niners as Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Robert Saleh look to remake that unit. Also think about this, right? Niners have lost so many marquee players in free agency already, and so they have a lot of needs to fulfill. And it doesn't surprise me one bit that they are loading up on defense here, getting a type of player who fits their mold. Just make sure you send in a note that I didn't. Okay, cool. Nick Martin did meet with the Niners at the Senior Bowl. He had a formal meeting at the Combine. He'll compete with D. Winters for the weak side linebacker job potentially. Okay, could Pittsburgh go Shedeur Sanders here at 83? Yeah, do your thing. When is Shedeur Sanders going to go? This is nuts. Emmanuel Acho, by the way, likes the Eagles selection of Andrew Makuba. 928 likes on the Niners report. Be sure to hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Some people are saying that if Nick Martin didn't have that knee injury, could have been a second-round pick. Steelers take Iowa running back Caleb Johnson, so Shedeur Sanders is still out there. Incredible. Tampa Bay, New England, the Chargers, Packers, Jags, Houston, Rams, Ravens, Seattle, Saints, Cleveland, Chiefs, Eagles, Minnesota, Las Vegas. All coming up. I like Caleb Johnson to Pittsburgh. They brought back Jalen Warren recently. They signed Kenneth Gainwell. He'll have an opportunity to get carries right from the jump. Pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The San Francisco 49ers have made 3 picks so far in the 2025 NFL Draft, and they've gone defense, defense, defense. In the 3rd round at 75 overall, the Niners have selected linebacker out of Oklahoma State, Nick Martin. And they needed an edge rusher. They got Mykel Williams. They needed a defensive tackle. They took Alfred Collins. They needed a linebacker. They draft Nick Martin, who's going to have an opportunity to compete with D. Winters for that weak side linebacker role alongside Fred Warner. This is a player who will remind a lot of people with his playing style of Dre Greenlaw. He's fast, he flies, he plays with reckless abandon and no fear. He has been a tackling machine. Did have a knee injury last year, so he only played 5 games, but did work out at the NFL Combine, ran a 4.53, but in 2023, 140 tackles, 16 TFLs, and 6 sacks. I like it. Kansas City Chiefs take Noah Williams, the cornerback out of Cal, second-team AP All-American in 2024. This is a good pick for Kansas City, in my opinion, and good value at 85.
All right. So Niners took Nick Martin there at 75.
Yep.
We had Savone Ravel at 76 to Dallas. We had Princely Umar Milan, 77 to Carolina. Jordan Birch, 78 to the Cardinals. Oh, wow. Texans went Jalen Knowles. So they took both Iowa State receivers. They're at 79. Colts go Justin Wally, Minnesota corner at 80. Dylan Fairchild, guard out of Georgia, the Bengals at 81. Oh, Titans took Kevin Winston.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Interesting.
Kevin Winston goes to Tennessee. So they've loaded up a little bit on defense here of late.
Yeah, they're adding some talented pieces here, obviously with Cam Ward. Steelers go Caleb Johnson. I like that pick a lot for the Steelers. No shitter Sanders, though. That's still falling. Then Jacob Parrish goes to the Buccaneers at 84. Another guy that you talked about a lot, Chase. And then, as you just said, Noel Williams, 85 to the Chiefs. All right. Think it might be time for a little giveaway here, Chase.
Oh, yeah, a little giveaway. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So what we're going to do right now.
And this one's Niners only.
Yes, 49ers only. So those of you who watched the show a little bit earlier today, you saw me wearing this awesome Niners polo from Chubby's. I think it is so cool how it's Niner themed. And my mom, God bless her soul, loved vibrant colors. So sometimes I like to wear some vibrant colors in honor of her. Just makes you stick out a little bit. Stand out from the crowd. Thanks to our friends at Chubby's. So what we want you to do, this is part of Chubby's NFL collection. I need you to retweet my pinned tweet on the 49ers report right now. And if I get 50 retweets, a random winner gets a Chubby's NFL collection item. And as part of Chubby's NFL collection, they have the shirt that I just showed you and some Niners swim trunks with the lining that is very similar to the shirt that I just showed you. And so what I'm going to do is put my tweet into the chat. It is the pinned tweet on my profile, and I need you to retweet that. And let's shoot for 50 retweets here on the show. And you will have an opportunity to win an NFL collection item from our friends at Chubby's. So it's going in the chat right now. We have 726 people watching. Retweet my tweet, which is the pinned tweet on my profile, for a chance to win a Chubby's NFL collection item. You like the shirt that I showed you that I've rocked here on the show. You like those swim trunks that we showed you as well. You have an opportunity to win one if you retweet my pinned tweet. Very easy. Click the link in the chat, retweet it, and we will pick a winner to get a Chubby's NFL collection item. We're up to 8 retweets right now. Link is in the chat. retweet that tweet. We're up to 10, and you have an opportunity to win a Chubby's NFL collection item.
Get on it, baby.
We're up to 10 retweets here on the show. Let's at least get to 25 retweets here. We'll cut that in half, and we will pick a winner. Link is in the chat. Click on that, retweet it. Let's get some more people in here, and you have an opportunity to win an NFL collection item from our friends at Chubby's. You can check out what they have to offer at chubbysshorts.com. I'm seeing 10 retweets right now, up to 12. So a shout out to Dan Burden, Eli, Luca, Nick McGonigal, Austin Scarberry, Dylan Gooder, Donnie, Ernesto, Drew, and Chualor. Continue to retweet that for a chance to win a free NFL collection item from Chubby's. Oh, wow. The Green Bay Packers, after going Matthew Golden in round 1, they are taking Savion Williams in the 3rd round at 87.
Wow.
He is a Cordero Patterson, Deebo Samuel type of clone. He's one of the best overall athletes in this class. TCU was sputtering as an offense this past year, and they put together a Savion Williams package. 60 catches, 611 yards, 6 touchdowns through the air. But they used him in the Wildcat as a gadget guy, and they just let his athleticism do the rest. Not a good route runner, has some drops, but also is a good contested catch guy. Does have 500-plus receiving yards the last 2 years. And he is a fascinating player in this draft. Almost 6'4", 222 pounds. He was a high school quarterback, had a strong arm in high school. Let's go to his scouting report, because I think a lot of people, Chip, are going to be interested in Savion Williams here. And Green Bay brings in another offensive weapon. Solid athlete. Got the size and speed combo. Mostly used as an outside wide receiver. Shine with contested catches. But again, one of the big problems with him, route tree limited. And had some drops, but for whatever reason was good with contested catches, which makes no sense at all. 83 targets, 60 catches, 611 yards, and 6 tutties. And then did a lot of damage on the ground as well.
Austin Scarberry with a little bit of a bribe for you, Chase.
Uh-oh, let's see.
Get that up here, Austin. All right, so Austin.
Let's see. What did Austin say? Here's a bribe for my shirt, Chase. Look, we're up to 21 retweets. So again, retweet my pinned tweet for an opportunity to win an NFL collection item from our friends at Chubby's. Austin Scarberry was one of them. But here's the thing, Austin. I'm not making the selection. My bosses are. They're not in the studio right now. And so we'll see. We're up to $420 in Super Chats on the Niners report. We're up to $583 on Philadelphia Eagles now. Pick us in for the Jags at 89. After that, Rams, Ravens, Seahawks, Saints, Cleveland, Patriots, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Las Vegas twice, and then the Niners after that. And then that's the end of the third round.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we might be done by 10 o'clock.
This is insane.
We might be done by 10 o'clock. We're up to 583 in Super Chats on Eagles, as I mentioned. Yo, we got to get the 600.
Come on.
If we get the 600 in the next minute, for those of you watching on Eagles now, I'm taking down another Shambong. If somebody sends in a 100, I'll do a Shambong shotgun back-to-back. We have some time to kill until we have to go in depth on another pick.
And we got to catch up to our numbers from yesterday.
Yeah, can we beat day one? 2K in Super Chats last night on Eagles Now. We're up to 583 right now. And then on Niners, 870 last night. We're at 420 right now. Again, you send in a $300 Super Chat, you get an automatic jersey of your choice. But for our Super Chat MVP, that's the largest individual Super Chat, you get a Niners jersey and an MVP football. So the number to beat on Eagles is 200. The number to beat on Niners, what is it?
I believe it's 100.
It's only 100 to beat on Niners. You get a jersey and an MVP football. And that's the jersey of Mykel Williams and a custom NFL football from us here at Chat Sports. 49ers report and Eagles Now MVP footballs. Look at that. Customized with the channel logos. Let's go. So 200 is the number to beat on Eagles. 100 the number to beat on Niners.
Let's get it.
Mike Concha said, ha, 420. Hey, that's a good number.
We got to get more people in these draft hat raffles, too. $20 gets you a raffle ticket to win either a Niners or an Eagles draft hat. Just 26 entries on Eagles, 18 on Niners. So you send in a 20, a 40, get a couple entries in there. You had a pretty good chance of winning. And look at Carol Hosey. Carol Hosey letting the people know, I have an Eagles football. They are awesome. Got to get your hands on one of those. It would look great in the man cave, around the house, wherever you want to put it. Frame it up a little bit. Shoot, you can do whatever you want with it. Even if you want to throw it around. Throw the pill a little bit with it. Whatever you want to do. They are dope. Austin Scarberry, another 20.
Another 20 from Austin. Let's see what he has to say. I made my fiance retweet. I like that. I like that. Let's see. The tweet is up to 25 retweets. 25 retweets. Austin, I'll make a deal with you. You send in a $200 Super Chat, we'll send you a Niners jersey of your choice with a thank you letter here from the show. Instead of 300.
All right, here's that 20 from Austin.
That 20 from Austin. Up to 444. And 583 on Eagles Now. Hey, Austin, you're a legend. I'll take down a little Shambong for you. Bearded Niner with the 10. Cheers, Austin.
They're asking for the plans the rest of the night, Chase, for everybody.
Probably
We're gonna do
final pick and grades for both Eagles and Niners.
Yeah. So for live.
Oh, yeah, we won't be live for that.
So, but obviously each of the picks we're gonna want to cut, right?
Well, I think we'll just combine the picks with the grades
For both of them?
at the end of the night.
Okay, so we won't need any more highlight cuts, you don't think?
No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I can mess. You got it?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, just say we're going to do final picks and grade cuts outside of live. 51 likes away from 1,000 on the Niners report. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Dude, it's crazy that Shedeur Sanders could last until day 3. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah.
This is when character and interviews matter.
Bearded Niner, $10.
I want to get wild and weird here on the show before we dip on out of here. Let's see. We have Rams, Ravens, Seattle, New Orleans, Cleveland, New England, Philly, Minnesota, Las Vegas twice, San Francisco, Atlanta, Houston. Then we're done.
And we got 2 happy dads left.
Oh! Candy's getting a jersey. I can't sleep. Ha ha. I love this show. Gang, gang. That's a jersey for Candy. So that's the only jersey on Niners so far. On Eagles, we had that super chat come in from Steve Livingston. And that was the only one over there. So let me do that. And then on Niners, we've got day 2 jersey going to Candy.
Candy making it rain.
Candy makes it rain. Let's go, Candy. That's awesome. Whew. My feet killing me right now. Devontae Nash, $15. Good night, guys. Fly, Eagles, fly. That gets us to $598. $2 away from $600. But Devontae, I'm going to give you a shambong for that.
All right, we only have.
Shambong for Devontae. Shout out to Devontae.
Let's see. I got 2 happy dads left here with me right now. Next $100 super chat, I'm doing a beer bong. $100 super chat for a beer bong before we end the night.
100 for a beer bong for Chip. What are the Ravens going to do now?
Rams took Josiah Stewart.
Josiah Stewart, I like that pick for the Rams. Man, they get another really talented defensive end and just defensive player who's really good. George Kittle back in the building today for offseason conditioning. 2 sides continue to discuss a contract.
Chase Carroll saying to check your email.
Shedeur Sanders just tweeted, "Thank you, God, for everything." Interesting. What could that mean? All right, I'll check the email here. Carol Hosey. Oh, she has her football. This is cool. Carol Hosey with her MVP football. See, this is what you can do. It's on the bookshelf for Carol Hosey. One of our signed MVP footballs.
Look at
next
that.
to her little Georgia sign for the Philly Bulldogs. Ooh, Emory Jones. Guard out of LSU to Baltimore.
Leonard Ramirez, what do I need to do for the football and the jersey?
Where's that coming in on?
On the Niners side.
All right, Niners side. So if you send in a $300 super chat, we'll give you a Niners jersey of your choice. And if that number holds, you're going to get the Niners jersey regardless if you send in the $300 super chat. And if that ends up being the biggest individual super chat, we're also going to give you the MVP football. And it's this one right here. So regardless of what happens, if you send in a $300 super chat, we're sending you a jersey. So our 49ers report, NFL Draft Day 2 MVP. You'll also win that if that's the biggest super chat. The number to beat is 100. But if you send in 300, we're giving you a Niners jersey of your choice and the football if that number holds.
Wow, Seattle going QB.
Oh! Seattle Seahawks. They are drafting Jalen Milroe, and never, ever, ever did I think that Jalen Milroe is going to go ahead of Shadur Sanders. Now, Jalen Milroe had 20 rushing touchdowns in 2024. He is one of the most talented running quarterbacks that anybody has ever evaluated. And he's arguably the most physically gifted quarterback in this class, who is so incredibly dynamic as a runner. He does have arm strength. He has a nice deep ball. But boy, oh boy, he has processing issues and rough footwork that led to plenty of accuracy problems. And so he is very, very raw and will need a lot of coaching and development throwing the football, processing, because sometimes he would just not see it or have a lot of layups and miss those. So he did complete 64% of his passes, 2,800 yards, rushed for 726 rushing yards, 36 total touchdowns, 11 picks. There was some chatter that if he were to have stayed at Alabama, a lot of the skill position players would have transferred, especially the wideouts, because they didn't have confidence that Milroe was going to be able to get them the football. So Seattle, they signed Sam Darnold, and they signed him to that 3-year contract. Honestly, the money you can get out of that, it's like $35 million average annual value. So why not draft quarterback Jalen Milroe as a developmental player who you can occasionally use in running packages at 92 overall? I like it for Seattle. And the Niners, they might have difficulty defending him at some point in the future. Last time the Seahawks picked a quarterback in the 3rd round, 2012. Guess who they picked? Russell Wilson.
Just like that, the Eagles are up soon. Saints on the clock at 93, then Browns at 94, Patriots at 95, Eagles at 96, Vikings 97, Raiders 98 and 99, then Niners at 100.
Yeah, so we're coming up on Philly's final pick of day 2. And then that final Niners pick as well at 100. That'll be the 3rd to last pick here in round 3.
That Saints pick is in. Jonas Sanker.
Jonas Sanker. Safety out of Virginia to New Orleans there.
All right, so with both teams coming up, I think it makes sense to take a look at the top guys left.
Back up to 807 people watching live on the Niners Report, 964 likes. Can we get this stream to 1,000 likes for the second consecutive day?
Come on.
Here are the best players available, with Philadelphia coming up soon and then the Niners shortly thereafter. Xavier Watts, Shedeur Sanders is still there. Alec Ayumanner, I really like him potentially for the Niners. Marcus Bow, another player as an interior offensive lineman who I think can be a good player. Jack Sawyer, highly productive. Not a great athlete as far as twitch or explosiveness, but very productive. And reminds me of like a Trent Cole type of player where he can just win with a motor. Now, of course, you don't take a player like that probably that early, but he was being mocked in the first round quite often back several months ago. He's sliding. You have Antoine Powell-Ryland, Jalen Royals, Jared Wilson. I'm a big Braden Swinson guy as we flip the page. I think that Braden Swinson would be a great fit for the Philadelphia Eagles if they go defense once again. All right, last call to enter the raffle for our Eagles draft hats and Niners draft hats. Usually it's $20 or more to enter the draft hat raffle. I'm going to cut that down to 10. So for the next 2 minutes, last call for our Niners draft hats, 50% off, $10 super chat or more, you enter our draft hat raffle. We're over 600 on Eagles. That's another sham bomb.
Let's go, baby. How many entries can we get right now? 50% off. I want to see him flying in. I want to see someone win who's never won before, baby.
And let's do this. Last call for the draft hats at 50% off. Also, last call to be our Super Chat MVP. The number to beat on Eagles, $200. The number to beat on Niners, $200. If anybody beats those numbers on either stream, you will automatically win our draft pick jersey, so Mykel Williams, and our MVP football. And Eagles Now football, 49ers Report football. $200 is the number to beat. If that number holds, Candy Winslow will win. And then Steve Livingston will win. And Steve, if you're still watching right now, let us know in the chat. I never got an email from you. I'm going to need that email to get your address so we can send you that jersey. Steve Livingston, if you're still watching, let us know. Couple of $10 super chats coming in on the Niners Report. Robert Smith with the 10. Put me in. We got you, brother. And then Hector Zatino with the 10. Let's go Niners. We put you in as well.
And Chase, how about this pick for the Browns?
You've got to be kidding me.
It's unbelievable.
Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
I don't know what is going on.
Are teams trying to just troll Shedeur at this point?
I don't know what's happening. I mean, this is nuts. It doesn't make sense. Philly Savages, $20 super chat.
Philly Savages. Let's give him 2 raffle tickets. Let's give him 2 raffle tickets. And let's do that, all right? $20 super chat. Let's give you 2 raffle tickets to win the draft hat. 2 raffle tickets to win the draft hat.
We got this too from Captain Delberto.
That got us to 600, Captain Delberto. Eagles can still draft Watts unless I missed it. Xavier Watts is off the board. I'm almost certain, right?
No, he's still available.
He's still there? Well, you went Makuba.
Yeah.
So you're not going to double up on safeties.
And then here's that 20.
Losing hope, my brother. He said Shedeur to Las Vegas. I can't believe the Browns went Dylan Gabriel over Shadur Sanders. This is insane. I mean, did he just have the absolute worst showing in these interviews? I mean, this is nuts. Dylan Gabriel is a third rounder? Jalen Royals did go off the board, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he just went off the board. Gabriel's undersized. He does have a ton of experience. A lot of touch and timing. Tua, Dylan Gabriel, Kellen Moore underneath it is what Daniel Jeremiah said. That's pretty interesting. Does play with a lot of conviction. There's no doubt. Gets rid of the ball quickly, processes well. Again, the touch and accuracy, pretty impressive. He can make some plays with his legs. I don't hate the pairing up of Kevin Stefanski and Dylan Gabriel. This is nuts, man.
All right. We are halfway towards the 50 retweets we need for our Chubbies giveaway on Niners. 25 retweets down, 25 to go. So if you want to win.
Oh, no.
Oh, what happened?
Eagles moved down to 101.
Okay, that's still.
It's after the Niners. Okay.
That's
still
okay.
Third round.
Yeah.
Texans trade up with the Eagles at 97.
That's okay. Again, though, if you want to win a Chubby's NFL collection item on Niners, this is for our Niners fans only. If you retweet Chase's pinned tweet and he gets the 50 retweets, we're 25 away. We'll pick a winner to win a Chubby's NFL collection item, and they look like this. You can get some of these swim trunks, a couple of different styles. You can get the shirt as well.
Yep. All part of the NFL collection from Chubbies. Jared Wilson, the center out of Georgia, goes to the Patriots at 95. I thought he could have been an option for the Eagles. Really strong base, very smart guy, stays attached. Big dude. Eagles showed some interest in him in the pre-draft process.
All right.
Can get to that second level, can Jared Wilson. We're up to 27 retweets on that tweet. So let me throw it in the chat one more time. Okay, Falcons have traded with the Eagles at 96,
Right,
not
okay.
the Texans.
So it was the Falcons, yeah.
Okay, yeah, there was a tweet that it was the Texans.
Let's see. Do we have that trade? Oh, we do.
Eagles get a 2026 fifth. Move back to 101 from 96.
Oh, look at Candy with a 20 on Eagles.
Oh, Katie Winslow, what'd it do? Chase, are you seeing this? Coyote Bush, move back to 101. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. Niners are all MVPs. I'll get my ball one day. Candy, your number might hold. You might get the ball and the jersey. If 200 holds, it's all yours.
Oh, is this Watts?
Oh, Xavier Watts goes to the Falcons. Man, he can really track the ball in the air. 6 picks in 2024, second in FBS, tied. Falcons also going defensive heavy. Jalen Walker at 15, James Pierce at 26. Xavier Watts here at 96. They have A.J. Terrell and Jesse Bates. Last in sacks, so they go Jalen Walker, James Pierce, trying to increase that sack output.
Steve Livingston. Did we just get Kyle Pitts? No.
That did not happen. Although, could him coming back to his hometown of Philly finally allow him to put it together?
Like what the Falcons have done. All right, so we're getting close to the Niners now after the Eagles traded back.
Yeah, here we go. Upcoming picks. Vikings comp, Raiders comp, Raiders again, Niners at 100. Then Eagles in Minnesota to round things out. That's what it says on NFL Network.
Maybe there was just a trade?
Was there another trade?
Because it's Raiders.
Have Texans at 102.
Yeah, we have. Oh, here we go. Updated. Yeah.
Updated. There we go. Vikings at 102.
Yeah, they just trade. Yeah. Houston, Minnesota just traded.
USC cornerback Jalen Smith goes to the Texans at 97. And so the next 4 picks, Raiders, X2, Niners, Eagles, Vikings final pick in the 3rd.
How about a little Niners, Eagles back-to-back here? All right, well, with both of their picks coming up, after these back-to-backs from the Raiders, who do y'all want each of the teams to draft next? Eagles, Niners?
My feet are murdered right now. I can't wait to sit down. 500 people watching live on Eagles now. 926 on Niners. Great audiences once again. We've had a blast. 7 likes away from 1,000 on Niners. Let's get there right now. 22 likes away from 500 on Eagles. Let's get to 500. Come on. 640 in Supers on Eagles. 670 on Niners. What a battle.
Oh, wow.
Are we beating the Cowboys? Are they still alive?
Let me check in with our boy Chris. He went MIA on me, baby. All right, who is still left? Obviously, Shedeur is still there. I like all 3 of these guys after Shedeur for both teams. Not really Iomanor for the Eagles, but Marcus Bow, Jack Sawyer. Niners could go. Iomanor, Iomanor. Got to see what the Raiders. Do the Raiders just take Shedeur?
Do you just take Shedeur?
Back-to-back picks, like.
He can learn under Geno. Nope, they go Caleb Rogers.
Nah.
Could they go Shedeur at 99?
Maybe.
All right. Now that we've got almost 1,000 people watching, retweet my pinned tweet. We got to get the 50 retweets, according to the bosses, to do a Chubby's giveaway, where you have the opportunity to win an NFL collection item from Chubby's. So many people have commented on this show. You have an opportunity to win either this or the swim trunks, which look similar, if you retweet my pinned tweet, which I just put into the chat. Do you want something for free? If you do, Chubby's giveaway.
Let's go. Oh, we are definitely losing to the Cowboys report, by the way. You can see some of these Chubby's items on screen. Again, you get your choice of a Chubby's NFL collection item. Got to get to 50 retweets, though. Come on. Let's do it.
Oh.
All right, so the Niners or not the Niners, sorry. Raiders at 98 went Caleb Rogers, guard out of Texas Tech. Do the Raiders go with Sanders right here at 99?
So 98's coming in, but then they have 99 too.
Oh, they're not to 98. Okay.
Steve Wisniewski, Raiders guard from 89 to 2001, announcing this pick. VS Python. So Chip and I are from the Philly area, and then I was hired specifically to cover the Niners here when I came here in 2021. Man. What if Shedeur Sanders went to Minnesota behind J.J. McCarthy? They wanted Aaron Rodgers. Shedeur Sanders, J.J. McCarthy quarterback competition. That'd be good for our Vikings channel for Patrick Seatman.
For sure.
Wet Noodle, appreciate it, brother. You're the best.
Man, just do it, Raiders. Just do it.
Just do it.
Gilbert Shedeur is going to be a towel boy. Come on, man.
This is just shocking. Absolutely shocking.
Here it comes.
Here's the pick at 99 for Las Vegas. Charles Grant.
Oh, my gosh. The Niners take Shedeur. I actually would have liked this pick for the Niners.
I love Charles Grant, man. I was hoping to see him go to the Niners or Eagles. Niners were next up. San Francisco's on the clock. More than 1,000 people rocking with us. Don't forget to hit that sub button. Fuck.
Yeah, the wrestling background you talked about.
Yep.
Oh, my God. Love they got this footage. Niners on the clock, baby. So Raiders went back-to-back O-line. Sanders. The people want Sanders. The people want Sanders.
Charles Grant, I wanted him to the Niners. Alec Ayumanor, though, he would be a really good pick for the 49ers.
Now I got people saying Sanders to Eagles. What are we doing?
I mean, it would be such a Howie Roseman thing to do. But Jalen Hurts would be like, bro, for real? I just won Super Bowl MVP. We're up to 37 retweets.
Come on.
Retweet my pinned tweet for an opportunity to win an NFL collection item from Chubby's. I'm putting the link in the chat. The pick is in for the Niners. Alec Ayumanor would be sweet.
They've gone all defense so far.
They've gone all defense. I think John Lynch really likes Alec Ayumanor.
Come on, Lynch.
What do you got, Johnny? God damn it. Broncos trade with the Eagles at 101.
Oh.
Is that out of the third?
Yeah.
Broncos trade 111, 130, 191 to the Eagles for 101 and 134. Wait, no, isn't 101? The Niners are at 100.
Yeah, Eagles were at 101. Eagles traded down to 101.
Oh, now the Eagles move back to 111. So they'll have 111, 130, and 191. They'll give up 101 and 134.
So they're done for the night.
They're done for the night.
Mm.
We only talked about Andrew Makuba.
Got to talk about him again. Here's that full trade right before this Niners pick comes in.
Okay, so Broncos move up to 101. Eagles slide back to 111. So no third-round pick for the Eagles.
Yeah.
But they had traded away one of their 4 fifth-rounders to move up from 32 to 31. So they get a 4th-rounder at 130. And then a 6th-rounder at 191. They didn't have any picks after the 5th round. Now they have 191.
Everyone's saying, Howie, what's going on? Oh, sorry,
the Eagles said,
fans.
Shadur Sanders? Nah. The pick is in for the Niners. Here we go. Upton Stout, cornerback, Western Kentucky. I had him going to the Niners in one of my mocks. The Niners go defense again. Now, in round 4, Tennessee, Jacksonville, Giants, Patriots, Jags, Raiders, Bears, Jets, Eagles, New Orleans, San Francisco. Still an opportunity, maybe, to go Alec Ayumanor. Upton Stout's a really interesting player. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. He's smaller. So he'll be a slot guy. Diamador Lenore, Renardo Green will stay on the outside. Just got another super chat from David Marcella. Long time no talk. Hope all is well, my man.
Here that is.
David Marcella, go Birds.
We giving him a raffle ticket for that?
Thank you, brother. Yeah, let's give David Marcella a raffle ticket. Savion Jones to Denver here at 101. Oh, man, it feels good to sit down. So Savion Jones, defensive end out of LSU, goes to the Broncos there. So 4 picks, 4 defensive players for the Niners, and we could talk about this selection here. 1,100 people watching live. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. I'm going to do more analysis on Upton Stout here in just a bit. But 4th pick for the Niners, and they go 4 defensive players. Upton Stout, small school guy from Western Kentucky, started his college career at North Texas. 5'8.5", 181 pounds. Definitely smaller. Definitely going to be a slot corner for San Francisco. And so the Niners, I imagine, going to continue to go with Renardo Green, Diamador Lenore on the outside. Stout is 23 years old, very quick player who ran very well in the pre-draft. And while he is smaller, he does play bigger than his size, willing to hit, good run defender from the nickel spot. Definitely a promising nickel prospect whose biggest issue is a lack of size. The ball production has fallen off a little bit over his career, but there is a reason for that. He rarely got targeted as his career went on because he continued to make plays on the football. And so the Robert Saleh draft continues.
Man, Shadur Sanders is going to last till the 4th round, at least.
Dane Brugler had a 5th-round grade on Upton Stout, 5'8", 181. Upton Stout, pass breakups by year, 3, 1, 6, 9, and 2. First 2 years at North Texas. 45 games, 34 starts. 10 TFLs, 4.44 40-yard dash.
All right, so that'll do it for
Third
day
round.
2.
Day 2. It's done.
Niners took Upton Stout at 100. Broncos took Savion Jones at 101.
The other thing with Upton Stout, too, 19.47 miles per hour during the gauntlet. That was the fastest among defensive backs at the combine. He also led all DBs with 21 reps on the bench press.
Wow.
So, pretty interesting. Interesting draft nuggets for the 49ers. They take Upton Stout, who's 181 pounds, but put up 21 reps of 225 pounds on the bench press, which led all DBs. And then the Niners also took Nick Martin, who put up 26 reps of 225 at 221 pounds. This definitely should wake up Shadur Sanders, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's got to be an eye-opener, man.
I can't imagine how he's feeling right now.
It's just crazy. All right, let's do our raffle winners here. Did David Marcellus send in another go? Oh, no, that was older.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Do you even look at the stats of the players in the draft, or do you just say stuff? I mean, if you watch the show, like we've been talking about stats all night. So, yeah. Just talking about interesting draft nuggets that you can't really find anywhere else. So we also do that. All right. Let's see who wins our Eagles draft hat. Let's spin that wheel in 3, 2, 1. Joshua Baldonado. Are you still watching on Eagles Now? Is Joshua Baldonado still here?
Joshua had a couple 20s in there earlier, some 10s very early on. He's still here.
Joshua. All right. My man. We're going to pop up my email at the bottom of your screen. I need you to email me, chase@chatsports.com, so that we know where we can send you that draft hat. Joshua Baldonado, day 2 draft hat. Shoot me an email, chase@chatsports.com, and include your address for me. Now let's do our Niners draft hat. We'll give that away. Any chance the Niners draft Scadaboo? Yeah, potentially in the 4th round. All right, let's spin that wheel. See who wins the Niners draft hat. It's going to be Candy, of course. All right, so Candy, our Super Chat MVP. You're going to get the jersey, the football, and the draft hat. All right, Candy, I see you.
All right.
All right.
Just like that.
Just like that. Day 2, rounds 2 and 3, done. So this is what you can expect on Eagles Now and on the Niners Report. Chip and I are not done. We are going to film draft grades for the Eagles, talk about Makuba and Jahad Campbell, only 2 picks for Philadelphia so far. And then on Niners, we're going to talk Upton Stout and then go through all of the selections and new draft grades on the Niners Report as well. So a very successful day 2, rounds 2 and 3. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. We will be back tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. It's going to be a little bit of an earlier start. Oh, Austin Scarberry, 9 more retweets. So hold on. We got to reach out to the bosses and see what we're going to do here.
Yeah. Let's see what they say.
All right, let's see.
Bearded Niner didn't get my raffle ticket for the 10. Did you send that in while we were doing that? If you did, that's all me. I'll give you 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll give you 5 raffle tickets tomorrow.
5 tomorrow.
5 raffle tickets tomorrow for Bearded Niner.
Mark that down so we don't forget. That's on me, Bearded Niner.
All right, let me see what the bosses, what we're going to do with that Chubby's giveaway. I mean, if Shadur doesn't get taken, his brother's not getting taken.
Shiloh gets taken before Shadur. That'd be nuts.
Oh. All right, one last push. Last call.
Gotta get it, baby.
We need 10 more retweets, get to 50. Chance to win the NFL collection from Chubbies. We're at 40 retweets right now.
That's just 10 more people. 10 more Niner fans.
Need 10 more retweets. We're at 40 right now. Retweet my tweet. This is a big giveaway here. NFL collection from Chubbies. 2 different versions of the swim trunks. You have the Niner swim trunks right here with the liner. That looks like the shirt that I was rocking as part of the NFL collection. Boom, look at this thing. And you have the swimsuit, which looks exactly like the top. And then the shirt, you have an opportunity to potentially win that as well. So we're at 41 retweets. Retweet it for a chance to win. Been live here for about 5.5 hours.
Went quick today, man.
Yeah, it did go quick. Did go quick. You know, it was pretty on point, too, kind of comparing Makuba to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Some people have made those comparisons here. Hey, Candy, $20 super chat. At least you won. Two hours of sleep, but you're going to win.
Candy.
So, Candy, our pleasure to give you a great show. Howie Roseman also, in talking about Makuba, said there's no such thing in this league anymore as box safeties. Up to 44 retweets. Need 6 more, 6 more, 6 more.
Let's go, baby. I want to see somebody win. I want to see somebody win a Chubby's NFL collection item.
Last push. Last push.
Again, you can get the shirt, the swim trunks. Just
Leonard Ramirez, I'm not wasted, brother. I'm just fucking tired, dude.
Yeah, it's
been
a
on
long
my
days.
feet for 6 hours.
Long days, man.
Up to 46.
4 away.
4 away. Retweet my tweet. 4 away from 50. We'll give away a Chubby's NFL collection item. Up to 47. Ricardo, we still got some videos to film, man.
Go home, Chase.
Can't go home yet. Still got some content to do, my man. 3 retweets away.
Come on.
Quote tweet it if you want. Up to 48. Up to 49.
Oh, come on, baby.
1 away. 1 away. Quote tweet it, baby. Almost there, baby. Retweet it. One away, and then we can do the giveaway. All right, we're at 50.
Boom. That means someone's winning a free item.
Thanks for all of your efforts. Shambong for that, baby. Take a look at how some of our content's doing here. The Cuba video doing well. YouTube Shorts doing well.
Love to see it.
Nick Martin video doing well.
Austin with a 5. Finally.
Alfred Collins doing well. I forgot about this clip. Dylan Gabriel said, I think it was before the college football playoff game, I love playing football in warm weather. The more sun, the better. Welcome to Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
That's incredible. $5 super chat from Austin Scarberry.
All right, we're picking a winner.
Picking a winner. Waiting to hear from the boss. Oh.
Born to Bleed, bringing up Stout, Upton Stout being 180 pounds. It's so funny because obviously, like when we talk about the NFL, like 180 is very, very light.
Yeah.
But then I think of myself, I'm not even 160, baby. I'm not even 160.
I weigh more than Upton Stout. All right. Winner selected by Grok is Jay Phillips. Jay Phillips. He's the winner. He's a family man, a tradesman, a fisherman. Niners for life.
Congrats. Jay Phillips. JOW on Twitter. Big Hurt, $10 super chat.
Big Hurt is back.
We got over 700 on Niners.
Yes. Big Hurt. Been here the whole time, my man. Just not a big conversationalist during the draft. Nervous energy. I want Cam Scadaboo. I want Cam Scadaboo too. I selfishly want Cam Scadaboo because he'd be a lot of fun to watch. A lot of fun to talk about. Where did Kyle Williams go, by the way?
New England.
New England. Ooh, I love that for Drake May. Stephon Diggs, Kyle Williams, Kendrick Bourne, Travion Henderson, Will Campbell.
Not too shabby.
Milton Williams, Harold Landry. They're my pick to go worst to first in the NFL.
Yeah, if Drake May is him.
All right. We are about to dip out. We could toss up an L3.
Yeah.
For our Chubby's winner, Jay Phillips. And since he's a fisherman, maybe he'll get his hands on the Chubby swim trunks.
That's what I would go after.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Our Chubby's winner, our guy, Jay Phillips. NFL collection winner, thanks to all of the 50 people who gave us a retweet. That was awesome. We certainly appreciate that. That was a lot of fun. And we're glad that we can give you something really nice for free. Thanks to our friends at Chubby's and a great sponsor of everything that we do here on the show at Chat Sports. All right. We will see you tomorrow morning. Rounds 4 through 7 to round things out of the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll talk about all of the picks. We'll do our draft grades as well. For Chip, I'm Chase. For all of the real ones and the legends who always support our show, and everybody else who wasn't vocal but still hanging out, we love you, we appreciate you, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Peace.